All right, man. I guess the Sunglasses paid tribute to this opening song by Frankie Wah, DJ Frankie Wah. I don't know the name of this track, but it's pretty sick. If that doesn't get your blood flowing. So the sunglasses are pertinent here, even though they're not for this music. It's to remind you that you're in a movie. The sunglasses are the prop. So they take these off. Welcome out, everybody. What's your question? Number 108. It's nice to have all of you here. It's been quite some time since we've been on here. I think it's been over a month since we last landed on What's Your Question, number 107. Let me get some more calming music here. There we go. It's been a minute since we've been on here. What's Your Question 107 was the last one, obviously, but I think it's been over a month since we've been on here. So it's nice to be back. I have been doing a lot of things. I'm going to be moving next month to a different area in Mexico, so it's kind of like a big highlight. So I had to go to that place, select a spot, et cetera, et cetera. So that's going to be kind of cool. So a lot of jumping around, a lot of moving around for me. I'm going to get to as many questions as we can. I have some announcements to make for all of you. Some new things that we're presenting to the world. One of them is, I get a lot of people asking me, hey, Logan, I want to talk to you. I want to share my thoughts with you. I want to tell you what's on my mind. I want to ask you some questions. And it's so challenging to be able to attend to everybody. So I decided while I was gone, away from home in this new place, it popped into my head because I'm a big court person. I like watching the law. Even though I'm not a fan of it because I'm an outlaw, I like watching the law. I like watching court shows. I like watching the prosecution against the defense. And in law, you have cases that you take on as an attorney. Some do. They're called pro bono cases, where you do them complimentary. They're for free to give back. So I thought, wow, this would be kind of cool. Let's do some pro bono esoteric consultations. And so this is the platform that we created. Let me get my cursor here and show you, take you on this little trip here. See if I think I have this ready to go. Yeah. Let me share my screen with all of you. So we, on the Spotlight website, where the course is, where the book is, we created this platform called Pro Bono 24, Esoteric Consultations. And the concept here is it's completely free, and it's 24 minutes. 24 minutes. I'm literally going to be taking phone calls all day long. Be on the phone for a complete day. So right now I have the 22nd of October. I'm going to open up more dates. I only have these left. I just released this to the Patreon. They get the first dibs. So I only have 4 appointments left. And you're more than welcome to jump in and select one of these. 24 minutes. We're not going to go over that. Whoops. Just because I want to be very punctual. So that's the new platform. And it's first come, first serve. So if you have something on your mind, if you have something you want to talk about, if you have a question about anything, astrology, numerology, if you have a decode you've been working on that you want to talk about, if you have something personal you want to talk about, I have a background in nutrition, we can talk about that. Anything you want to talk about, but esoteric is the main primary driver for this. I want to hear from you. This is my way of serving. This is my way of giving back. I'm going to open up more days. So this is kind of a test. I know this is going to probably be a thing. And there's no cost. It's just, I want to reach more people. A lot of people email me. I get a lot of stuff. So I thought that would be kind of cool. And so this is what we've done. Today's day, October 11th, is the Jack of Clubs Day. This card I love because this is the king in training. I just say it's the king, the Jack, because the Jacks are more adventurous. The King's a little bit more lazy. The Jack is a little bit more ambitious, a little bit more adventurous. This is card number 24. I didn't plan that to release Pro Bono 24 because I knew October 11th. No, I don't have to try to do anything. I'm a determinist. My background is in predestination. So I don't have to try to do anything. I just do it. And then you just give gratitude to that. And then the tarot card number 34, the Knight of Wands. Card 34. This is tied to the Jack of Clubs and the Tree of Life. Very fiery energy. If you ever have this card pulled in tarot, you're going to hear a lot of people say it's this, it's that. This is a card of Aquarius. This is an Aquarian card. All of the knights belong to Aquarius because the jacks start with the Jack of Hearts, which is card number 11. And the 11th house is Aquarius. So the Jack of Clubs, Jack of Diamonds, Jack of Hearts, Jack of Spades, they're all Aquarian jacks, which means that despite what anybody says, it doesn't matter. That's their truth. I'm a simple observer. If it's a jack, the jacks all group together and the jacks are part of the Aquarian group. This card is an Aquarian card. It's a fire card in the tarot. In the cards, this is an air. A little different. Air and fire kind of go together. Okay. We've released some pretty big decodes coming out, especially on the Patreon. Thank you very much if you're a donating member over there. All of my slides that come out before they land on YouTube, they come out over there. You don't have to become a donating member. You can become a free member. I post a lot of material. Some of the slides I post only on the Patreon. So you're going to get the pre-material over there. Okay. But we have some big stuff coming out. I have one on baptism coming out. What does that mean? I have one on clear and dirty, the evil eye and the good eye. We just put out Scripted Reality 35, which was based on Hotel California. We did the Resurrection Decoded. Some big time stuff. One other announcement I can let you know, it's not finalized yet, but I will be a guest on Jason Bashir's Archaics platform, his channel, I think on the 18th. Let me just check my calendar. I can't remember. Yeah, maybe it's next Saturday. Next Saturday I will be on Archaics tentatively. I don't know if it's if it's solidified, but I think so. I think I'll be on there next Saturday afternoon. It's going to be it's like 2 p.m. So I'll be just kind of getting started in my day. But I'm excited to join forces with him and his great intelligence. I don't know what we're going to talk about. I would imagine there'll be some underground alien stuff in there. Area 51 has been on my mind. We released a big decode on the Patreon on XY chromosomes and the postulation, which this is nothing new, talking about were we just created in an underground laboratory? See, I know it rubs people the wrong way to think that. It's like, no, God did that. Well, where's the proof in it? There isn't any. And I'm just giving ideas, and these things are very interesting to take in consideration. Okay. All right, let's get to some of your questions here. Big shout out to Pamela Swan, number 5 with the wrench. She always shows up, man. It's amazing. Pamela, thank you so very much. Appreciate all your energy and your efforts. Yeah, if you want my book, if you want the Cards of Earth's Casino, you can get it for free if you sign up for the Spotlight course. If you want to just buy it, it's $19. You can get it right on the Spotlight website. If you just want the book, it's totally fine. Shelby says, wish we were allowed to decode Charlie Kirk. I did that it's on the Patreon. Completely did that entire presentation on the donating Patreon platform. See, if you want to see what was, I want to be clear. It's not me doing this, okay? So I'm not when I say what we're showing, it's not me doing it. I'm just channeling, just like you are. We channel this information. So whatever's channeling through me for the eyes to see what I saw, I can tell you right now, I don't know anybody else talking about what we talked about on the whole incident. What it really meant, what it's really tied to. You can get that over on the Patreon. It's just fascinating, man. People don't want the dirty laundry, but that's what's the bestseller. It's just such a paradox. I don't watch the news. I don't watch the mainstream. Yeah, but you'll watch the dirty laundry. That's what people like. They like the disruption. It's a fascinating paradox, really. Amanda says the Hotel California deco was awesome. Thank you so very much. I thought it was pretty cool. I think that the connections to the hotel itself, the Beverly Hills Hotel, was mind-blowing, and it just, to me, is evidence. Again, I treat things like court. As an attorney would bring their discovery to court, the evidence in scripted reality, that whole series, is so big now that it's just an impossibility to think that man could pull this off or a woman could pull it off. That's absurd. Too much evidence against it. Too many moving parts for them to get it exactly the way it is. It's just not a chance. No, we live in predestination. I'm a determinist. Ryan's asking about the digital ID in the UK. Well, it's coming, man. I mean, are you ready? Are you going to say yes? Or are you going to say no? Will you have that choice? Look, if you're a fan of astrology, if you just maybe consider it, well, seemingly we're in the age of Aquarius. I mean, www, the internet, websites, the metaverse, social media, these are not Piscean energy. Piscean energy is like border books, Barnes and Nobles, hardcover books. Like, this is a Piscean book. Paper. Libraries. Documents that you fill out. Now it's you DocuSign your contracts. This is a Piscean invention. Printing presses. We're moving away from that. So, like, what would follow suit with that from the basis of looking and observing our reality? Like, right now, all of us are using either a computer or a cell phone. These are not Piscean inventions. This is Aquarius technology. And I think that it's very easy to see that we're moving into a perfected society, crime prevention and all that, because, like, man, trying to, like, the IDs and passports and, like, you got to jump through so many hoops now to get something. It's when you start looking at how detailed things are in our reality on how we're going to get things, you can clearly see that the age of Aquarius is here. And, you know, you could fit the mark of the beast in there and all that stuff. We could talk about that. It says if you don't have it, you can't buy or sell. I know people say, oh, that's okay, I don't want to do it. I won't do it. You say that now. You say you won't do it now. That's totally fine. I get it. You have your, you have your voice. We don't know what's going to happen. I mean, also you take into consideration the yugas in the Vedic traditions, and you're in the Kali Yuga stage, meaning that you're the farthest away from the Sat Yuga, the Golden Age. You're the opposite of that. Completely detached from a major perspective. I shouldn't say completely. Detached from source energy in that analogy. You're relying on a demigod, which is a computer. But of course it's God anyway, because what do you think created the metals to make the computer and the chips and silicon? And it's all organic. You can try to slice or dice it any way you want, but when you really break it down and you go to the source, all is God, all is mind, all is the supernatural, the divine, everything. Even when you feel like it's cut off from source, it's not. Source owns it all of it. Every single bit is source. I think to think otherwise is an absurdity. See, this is, you look at the age of Aries. Imagine living during the age of Aries, where you had the conquests filled out by blood and the sword, and, if you don't do what I say, I'll kill you. Imagine living back in those days. Well, then, of course, then here comes the church during the age of Pisces. And they said, hey, man, you can't be killing people anymore. You got to throw your sword down, and you have to come into salvation with the cross and the Savior. You got to stop doing that. Well, do you not think that people said, I'm not doing that? They refuted it. But the age of Pisces, you're not going to encroach upon that. You're not going to smash it out, because that's the age that ruled. For the majority of people here, you were born during the Piscean age. Well, now we're faced with the same situation where we're the crossover into the age of Aquarius. People are going to say, I'm not doing that. Just like they did during the age of Aries. I'm not dropping my sword for your church. And I mean, I get it, right? Because there's going to be outlaws. There's going to be people that are not going to want to adhere to the principles of these ages. But like, what's in store for you if you're the kind of that outcast and you say, I'm not going to do it? I don't know. I'm not going to be the answer to that. But we're faced with the same situations like they were during the transition from the age of Aries to Pisces, from the age of Taurus to Aries. That's why Moses, when he came down from Mount Sinai, if it was a real event, if it was allegorical, it doesn't matter. It's a story. When he came down with the 10 Commandments, it was the transition. It was to bring down new commandments to usher in the age of Aries. That's why they were worshiping the golden calf, and he got pissed off. He's like, dude, what are you doing Taurus shit? We're done with Taurus. That's why they blow the ram's horn, the shofar, to tell you it's Aries energy, and why the Yod He Vahe, has a lot to do with Mars energy. War, conquest, bloodshed, genocide. A lot of that is in the Old Testament. The Yod is connected to Mars in so many different ways. I mean, the iron dome, iron is the element for Mars. Yod He Vahe is 26 in numerology. Iron is the 26th element. There's a lot of connections to the Yod, the God of the Bible, and killing and genocide and conquest through the sword. That was the age of Aries. And then you now have the Jesus character coming in saying, hey man, we're going to do it a different way. Throw your swords down, just come into the church, worship me. I'm going to save you. I don't know what from. But now we're being faced with that same situation, just in a different construct, where the Piscean age is ending and people have to move into the age of Aquarius, which is nothing like the age of Pisces. And people are going to do what they did during the age of Aries and the age of Taurus. They're going to be worshiping their golden calves through the age of Aquarius from the age of Pisces. They're not going to want to let go. I get it. I totally get it. I see it. I can see it. I know a lot of you can see it as well. You can see the transition being opposed to. Hail Metallica says, you've seen so much in your time, so have you. Could you give me one tip as a young 36-year-old man? I'm engaged and in a great relationship with an 8-year-old son. We are all spiritually rich, love simple things. Keep it simple. I'm a minimalist, man. I want to be clear. What I tell you on this channel, it's not cookie cutter. This is not the be-all, end-all channel. I don't have all the answers for you. Your truth, your life, it's your destiny is different than mine. Yes, we may share some commonalities. So maybe you're a minimalist. For me, why do I do minimalism? Because I don't have attachments, and when I don't have attachments, or the less of, there's nothing to lose. There's nothing to have to cry about, to whine about when it's gone. You can't, what are you going to take? Less headaches. Less slavery. But that's not the way this world is set up. The majority of people on this world, they like their complexities. When your partner suffers, you suffer. I mean, if you didn't suffer, you wouldn't be considered a loving person. Like if your partner gets into a car accident, you'd be like, figure it out on your own. I'll see you when you get home. No, you would be considered an unloving person, non-compassionate. No, when you're in a partnership, you're a slave to your partner. That's the way it works. When you have a child, you are a slave to your child. That's the way it works. There's no avoiding that, unless you're not a good parent. Some people would be considered not a good parent. They don't care. So there may not be a slave to it, but then they're slave to guilt maybe. They don't show it, but they feel guilty underneath it all. And then they may drink booze or take drugs to numb the pain so they don't have to feel the guilt and shame. There are people walking around that have to do that, that do that. So when you detach from complexity, you're free more than other people. Not completely, but I think you're more free. So to answer your question with this long answer of mine, what's working for you? Keep doing that. What makes you happy? Keep doing that. What gives you joy and bliss? Keep doing that. Because what gives me joy and bliss, you may think that's boring. Or you may think that I got nothing going on in my life. Again, it's not a cookie cutter life for everybody. It's just me and my messages. Dude Main asked, how do you find humor in such a painful awakening? My best answer, go watch stand-up comedy. That's the simple answer. That's all you got to do. Go watch comedy. That's what I do. I laugh. See, I don't have attachments to the bad in this world. I see the bad in this world, what we use the adjective for bad, I see that as a necessary part of the construct. If you had nothing bad in your life, if you would have no contrast. Let me show you what that would look like. Let me just show you. This right here, this is God. Right here. This is what God is. From the perspective of no blemishes, complete light. Imagine living your life looking out at life like this. This is all you saw. It's blinding. See, there's no definition in this screen that you're looking at. It's just pure light. It's white. And if you had to live your life like this all the time, you would get sick of it. You'd be like, man, where's the shade? Where's the contrast? Where's the difference? Where is this? Where is that? You'd get tired of this. This is why I say God is all things, including the evil that people call it, because God can't be this all the time. What we consider the aspect of God. No, see this red dot right here? This is the devil. The adversary of the white. This red dot moving around your screen would be the devil. To provide the adversary of the white on this screen. That's what it is. This white represents when you come out into this world as a virgin. And if you're a healthy baby, you come out with no blemishes. Everything works. The plumbing works. Your eyesight is 20/20. You got no cavities. But it's not going to last. Because this reality is built on life and death. And this will turn completely black when you die. That's kind of how that works. So it's a really interesting analogy to look at. The white screen. So how do you find humor in such a painful place? Avoid the pain as much as you can. Turn it off. That's the first thing. Because if you're tuning in, like if I go to I've talked about this before. I know I can tell a lot about somebody if you allow me access to your YouTube channel. If I can look at your history of YouTube, I can tell a lot about how you behave, how you act, and what's on your mind. Just by looking at what you're watching on YouTube. Or what's on your Spotify channel, what your playlist is, what music you're listening to, what your playlist is in Amazon Prime, and what shows you watch, what people you listen to. So maybe you want to go back and look at that and why is your life painful? Like the pain and suffering physically, that's something that's unavoidable. You just have to suffer it. But you can mitigate that by tuning into comedy. Like laughter, I've always been a fan of stand-up. Laughter is medicine. Laughing at the craziness in this world by talking about how absurd it is. That's how you kind of find humor in life. That's how I do. Armand excuse me. By the way, it's just funny. I've had haters out there accuse me of being sick because I cough. The reason why I cough, because you probably catch it, is I live in a very humid environment and I have to run the air conditioner. My air conditioner is right up there and it blows on me, and that's what it causes me. I hate the air conditioner on. Well, I shouldn't say I hate it. I love it, but the contradiction is it gives me chest issues if I turn it on too much. That's why. So over the years, you may have seen me cough, or you hear me cough during a presentation. It's because of the air conditioner. That's it. I'm not sick. I haven't been sick in so long. I eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. I'm super healthy, but it's the air conditioner and the air that pumps through there. Try to keep the filters clean. Doesn't matter. It's that air. So just so you know. But Armand 116, what does having Chiron and Pluto and Ophiuchus mean? Well, are you using Mastering the Zodiac? Because if you're not, I wouldn't even engage with that question. Oh, you Ophiuchus, so you must be. Well, then you would have to look at your Chiron card. What's your Chiron playing card? It's your 9th card in the lineage. All of you, if you take the Spotlight course, you would be able to learn all of your playing cards, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, all of those, and then take those and dump them into the astro-alchemical cosmic codes, tie it into human design, and then tie it into your astrological chart. And then I show you how to use AI, so you don't even have to think about it, and ask it what it means on these definitions. It'll give you a better answer than I'm going to give you, because it's collecting from the entire world. But Chiron is your wound that you must overcome. And when it's conjunct with Pluto, well, then there's the dark side that will play a role in that. But Pluto's got a bad rap. Pluto is the brother that got the underworld, which is where all of the seeds come from. And I have to look at what house it's in. That's another factor. It's hard to give you an answer on Chiron and Pluto. What is your Chiron card? It's in Ophiuchus, which means it's going to be in gate 14 or 43 in the human design. That's tied to the serpent. Yeah, the word Nahas in Hebrew is 43. The 43rd gate sits in Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus is the serpent bearer. Nahas is serpent. And 43 is the 14th prime number, and gate 14 sits right next to gate 43 in Ophiuchus. That's why you got to do the upgrade with human design, not dissing that system. That uses tropical. That is not accurate with the positions of the disc above. You got to go into true sidereal. And then you'll get into beyond the gate 43 and 14, where your Chiron and Pluto probably are. You have the element technetium and the element silicon. So it takes on a much different role than just saying, my Chiron and Pluto are in Ophiuchus. What house are they in? And then who's the lord of that house? There's a lot of moving parts to it. So to give you an accurate answer I would be doing you a disservice without not having all the information. What's up, Jeremiah? The new Tron movie is out. Yeah, I think it's Tron Ares, right? It's with what's his name from Mars? It's so funny, right? That's the crazy part. What is the actor's name who plays Tron? Think about this sync. Let me just, I'll go here and do it. Tron. This is how scripted our reality is. What the hell's his name? Jared Leto. Here you go. Tron Ares. Ares is Mars. Isn't it interesting that Jared Leto, who plays Ares, has a band called 30 Second to Mars? The main actor who plays Tron has got a band called 30 Seconds to Mars. Yeah, right there. 30 Seconds to Mars. And Mars is Ares, and he's the Tron Ares dude. Come on, man. I mean, I get it. People can cast that way. He's got the December 26th birthday, the day after Christmas. It's so funny, man. So that's how dialed in this guy is with this movie. Tron Ares. This is war, man. Red fire root. Whoops. Determination. It's your head, right? Aries is your head. When you take the body and you wrap it around the zodiac, Aries, the first house it's assigned to, is your head. The ram, it looks like a devil's head. The bones do. Think about it, man. The Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is 26. The element iron is 26. Iron is ruled by Mars. Mars is in the first house. The first house is your identity. It's tied to blood because iron is in your blood. This is why you have, in theology, vampirism. Keep doing this in remembrance of me. No, thank you. Not interested in the vampirism. Why do we have to do these? Why do we have to dress up, do certain things at certain times? Why? Just make it simple. Everybody love everybody. I think Semi-Pro and Will Ferrell in Semi-Pro, remember that movie? One of my favorites. Everybody love everybody. You know the rule. That's it. It's as simple as that. Everybody love everybody. Just agree to disagree. Everybody love everybody. You don't need to do vampirism and cannibalism to be a good person. People are in love with their captor, I can tell you that. It's fascinating. It's very fascinating. The Ascending Ancient says, a question, what is this I'm hearing about the new cycle of Saturn coming into a benevolent Saturn cycle for the upcoming years? That's news to me. See, Saturn, I'll give you this, I'll show you this. Let me just get this ready here for you, all of you. This amazing website. When we look at the sky, right? Saturn right now is in Pisces. That's where it's at. It's literally right next to Neptune. going to come back to that because I had a conversation with my friend Sharon Jeffers today about this. But what's fascinating about Aquarius and Capricorn is you'll notice that Aquarius's arm, it stretches out. It's like a very interesting thing in astrology. It's like an anomaly because Aquarius's arm outstretches over Capricorn, and I think this is why Saturn is the co-ruler of Aquarius. Because once you get through about 50% of Capricorn, Aquarius's star Albali kicks in here. Or in this case, we're going this way. At the precipice of moving into Aquarius, well, you have Uranus being the ruler. Uranus is the true ruler of Aquarius, but then when you get into kind of like 3/4 of the way into Aquarius, Capricorn kicks in. And I think this may be the reason why Saturn is the co-ruler of Aquarius, traditionally. I wanted to point out, because I had a conversation with Sharon today, and we have our differences in astrology. She's a tropical astrologist, but she was like, man, it's been raining everywhere. And when I was away, I was in Mazatlan, that's where I'm moving to, and it rained like crazy there, like hurricane. I couldn't believe it, like 3 times. And it's been raining everywhere. Well, the reason why it's raining everywhere is because Poseidon, Neptune, is in its own sign of Pisces, and Pisces is the fish, the water, and you got Saturn here as well. And they're going to be here for a minute, man. You moving this dial. They're gonna be here for a minute, man. They're gonna be in here all the way through 2026. See, 2026. So this is Piscean energy, man. Saturn and Neptune. And Poseidon, to me, is the god of the world, because Poseidon is hold on, why is this not working? There we go. Poseidon is Brahma in Vedic. We've talked about this. Poseidon is the god of earth, water. That's why if you're in the United States especially, you have a birth certificate and you're under maritime law. That's water law because you're under the guise of Poseidon. When you come through the birth canal, you come through water. You're being birthed into the world by way of Poseidon. Poseidon, in the aspect of God, G-O-D, it's the G, generate, Poseidon. Water gives life. And then if you just look at the Jesus character, he was born of a virgin, Virgo across the way, and he was born a fisher of men, Pisces. He was born under the domain of Poseidon energy. Water. That's why baptism is water. It's Poseidon energy. There's so much Greek mythology in theology. It blows my mind. People don't look at that because they consider it off limits. Don't do that. That's false and all that. But my thing is right, but that's false. No, it's all a Ponzi scheme. When you look at it and you see it and you have the eyes to see. Poseidon is the G in God. Generate, operate, destroy. Who's got the O? Zeus, the operator. And in Vedic, it's Vishnu, the preserver. That's why when you look at the... we go back to the chart here. When you look at this, over here, this is the galactic center. This is the galactic center right there. This is the navel of Vishnu. Yeah, because Vishnu is tied to Zeus. Zeus is the ruler of Sagittarius. The navel of Vishnu is right here. Zeus is Vishnu. And who would be Shiva? Pluto, the destroyer, the underworld. That's it, G-O-D. G-O-D, generate, operate, destroy, Poseidon, Zeus, Pluto, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. That's it. It's as simple as that. That's simple. It's that simple. It's pretty cool. What's up, Hope? Raining right now in Woodstock. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, there's so much water going on. It's crazy. Earthquakes, water. Yeah, Saturn in Aquarius in Pisces with Poseidon. And Pluto's in Capricorn. So Capricorn is Earth. It's an Earth energy. You have Shiva the Destroyer in a Capricorn Earth sign. It is not in Pluto, folks. I mean, it's not in Aquarius. Pluto is in Capricorn. You get the Destroyer in an Earth sign. What do you think it's going to do? Earthquakes. They're going to magnify. They're going to intensify. And Poseidon is in its home sign of Pisces with Saturn, the timekeeper there. Karmic stuff. Yeah, well, you're going to see more of that. Spider bite. Which one is Odin? Well, that can be debatable. I'm more of an ignorant person in the Norse stuff. I haven't studied it as much, but I would assume Odin is probably Uranus. That's what I would assume. Uranus. Old man Uranus. Sojourn says Odin is Mercury. Could be. I'm almost sure Odin would be tied to Uranus, though. Because Uranus is heaven, right? If you study Greek mythology, Uranus is what mated with Gaia and gave birth to all the other celestials, all the sons and daughters. Heaven. So I would assume that Odin is Uranus. Alberto says, will my toxic, manipulative girlfriend stay away? I'm sorry I'm laughing. I know it's not funny for you. So here's the thing. Why are you in it? You start off by saying, my toxic, manipulative girlfriend. Why are you with a toxic, manipulative partner? I mean, is the sex that good? I mean, what overrides the toxicity and manipulation that makes it worth staying with that person? The only way someone's going to leave you alone or stay away is if you make that determination and say, I'm not going to accept that behavior. Why are you I'm not here to judge, right? Like, you're asking and you've made it clear, toxic and manipulative. Why do you accept that energy? I mean, is the booty that good? I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. Do you love yourself? Or do you not care about yourself and you just deal with the toxicity and manipulation? Do you lack confidence where you don't think you get somebody else in life? I would think that you would say no. So the simple answer is, if someone's toxic and manipulative, well, you may want to question yourself and why you're allowing it to happen. Your boundaries are just, you have no fence, you have no boundaries. I mean, it's the universe has made it easy for you. Because you said she's in London. Now I've instructed her not to come. That's an easy relationship to completely decimate. I would imagine it's a long distance relationship. That's easy to break off. You're like, don't freaking come here anymore. It's not as easy as if someone lives with you or is in the same town as you. But if they're not even close to you, it's so simple. Just cut the cord. Feel good about your decision and don't turn back and don't get swayed by, smooth talking and Mr. Biscuits asked, do a decode on 3i Atlas. There's not much to go on. That's why I haven't done it. There's not much to go on. There's speculation, and then there's, I find some things very hard to accept as like 1 + 1 = 2 truth. So I just leave it alone for now. There's not much to go on. theoretical and maybe and perhaps. People say it's this. There's nothing concrete about it. To me, it's just an idea. Yeah, so Joe Bloor's asking about that. I honestly haven't looked at it too much. I've looked at it a little bit. You know, there's not much to go on. There's not much substance to it. It's more of an idea than anything else. There's no dates, there's no calendar, there's no cards I can attach to it, there's no founding, there's no origin, there's nothing. There's a name that you can punch into numerology which will have countless connections to it. So it's futile to even use that. Angel Lena says, hi Logan. Hi, Angel. What can you tell me about what you have Lilith and Pisces? Are you talking tropical? What system are you using? Because if it's tropical, I won't even engage in that. You got to use Mastering the Zodiac, and you would have to even go. You can't even use that. You'd have to go to the Stellarium, like I'll show you right here. This is what you'd have to go to. You'd have to use this. You have to come up here and type in Lilith. Whoops. And it'll give you, it's an asteroid. Here it is. And Lilith right now is in Cancer. That's where Lilith is. You have to use this. Right there. There's Lilith in Cancer. And it's not even that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm going to probably do some more podcasts. If Dr. Danny's listening, I would like to do more stuff with her. Because, you know, Hydra, the largest constellation, you can see the head of it is in Cancer. It literally impacts Leo. It impacts Virgo. And on top of that, when you come here to the water, you know, people don't talk, they don't usually talk about the ones that are on the ecliptic. Well, these have just as much of a say-so impacting the passing by of celestials than does the governing ones on the ecliptic. Cetus the whale is the monster. This right here is tied to the book of Jonah. You know that story when he was in the belly of the beast for 3 days and 3 nights? That's Cetus the whale. And he gets spit out on dry land. Even Jesus said, like Jonah was in the belly of the fish, I will be in the heart of the earth. Yeah, well, Cetus the whale is right below Pisces. This is all Poseidon energy. That's why Poseidon carries the pitchfork, the devil's pitchfork. Cetus the whale, all of these other ones, Orion, Monoceros, Hydra, these have so much to do with your zodiac wheel. No, it's not. We just mainly focus on these, but it's more advanced, but you can't leave it out. You gotta go deeper and look, you know, and start to look beyond what's affecting. Like we've talked about this let's talk about the Phoenix rising. It's right there in between the head of it's right in between Aquarius's arm right there. This kind of fits the narration of Jason Bashir's projection of 2040. The Phoenix rising, you know, I would imagine 2040, you know, will probably be in the beginning stages here, but the Phoenix rising right here. I'm telling you, this has something to do with this. We talked about that on the, let's talk about the Phoenix, the breakdown of that. Patty Lynch, have you done a decode on the Declaration of Independence and how it ties into the law of Ma'at? I haven't done one on that directly. I have talked about the Declaration of Independence. You know, the Jack of Diamonds, July 4th is the official day they give it, but you got to go previous days beyond that. I can't remember what day it was. So that's an interesting, that's a very interesting phenomenon in our world, in our reality, is the Constitution. Breaking away from the Brit nation. Creating their own laws, and then when you're born underneath the guise of that, and you want to break free from that, you can't. You can try to do it. People have. But you fight tooth and nail. It's just absurd. Monarchy is where it's at. Having your own monarchy is where it's at. Straight up. Okay is asking market crash, stocks, crypto. I'm not the crypto guy. Predictions. I'm not very good at predictions. Be honest. Most people get predictions wrong. I mean, if you run the statistics on predictions, most people get them wrong. There are some that they're pretty accurate if you're using the stock market and you're using the sun and the moon, and like Jordan's good at that stuff. Jordan at Waters Above. That's his forte, though. I don't get into that stuff. You can use charts to measure that, but I'm completely ignorant in that area. I mean, if you look at the chart of October 29th, this astrological chart, you can see it in there, but you could easily not see it in there. There's so many factors involved. Chinese zodiac comes into play. What year that was, what sign that was in Chinese, that's going to have a factor in it. What the numerology of that day was, that's going to factor into it. Wanted to say thank you to Miranda from the Acapulco. She got me this mug when I did Acapulco in February of last year. I forgot where we were. Somewhere in Mexico. She made me this humdinger mug, which was pretty awesome. So big shout out to her. So that reminds me, if you want to come see me live, I'm going to be I just got invited again for the second year. Going to be speaking in Puerto Vallarta in February 2026. I think the whole event goes on for a week. I'll be there the entire time. It was a lot of fun this year. So it's going to be in Puerto Vallarta. So if you feel the itch, it's going to be a lot of great speakers there. A lot of great topics. I'm sure it'll be better than next year. A new city, Puerto Vallarta. Very touristy place. So I'm looking forward to that. That'll be cool. I have no idea what I'm going to talk about, but it'll be fun. Acapulco, that's what it was. Bumps, thanks. Donna, thanks so much. Acapulco, my mind went blank. It was in Acapulco, hello. But now they're hosting it in Puerto Vallarta for 2026. So if you can make it out, I'll be there. I'll be doing what I did last time, card readings, some free card readings. That's what I was doing, just randomly picking people. Come on, let's sit down and do some tarot. That was a lot of fun. We're probably going to step it up and do something bigger this year. Or be more, it'll be more known that I'll be doing that. That'll be cool. Marco, what made you choose Mazatlan as your new spot? Honestly, the reason why I chose it chose me. The reason why Mazatlan is the next place of destination for me is because my astrocartography and what it portrays on the Mazatlan position. I have Zeus. I'm in between Zeus and Venus, sandwiched right in. Like, it's more Zeus than Venus, but that's the energy that's kind of moving along those lines. And I thought, Jupiter and Venus in my astrological chart are in Sagittarius. Zeus is the ruler of Sagittarius. Venus is kind of my chart ruler. They're sitting side by side. They're in gate number 10 in the human design. That's Neos and Neon. And so it's just, there's many factors, but that's the simplicity of it. And of course, as I said, it shows me, Mazatlan was founded on May 14th, which is the 5 of diamonds, and that's my Chiron card. So a lot of factors. Mazatlan in all capital letters through the numerology that Sharon Jeffers uses as a 10 of diamonds. That's my moon card. It's the 10 of hearts in her system. A lot of reasons why. So that's going to be the next place. Mazatlan. Pretty awesome there too. It's a tourist, more touristy for the locals. There's a golf course, there's a marina. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome there. Lisa, what's the event? It's the Acapulco. Let me see if the website will pop up. Let me just go and see if I can get it. Here it is. Let's see how fast the website will load up. Or I don't know if they even have the 2026 ticket sales yet. Oh, maybe they... No. Well, they get the non-conformance. They haven't put it up yet. But yeah, they haven't put it up yet. But they will. I'll have to let all of you know when they're going to put it up. But it's in February. I don't know the dates. Actually, you know what? I just got an email from them. Let me see. Let's see if I can tell you what the dates would be. February 15th to the 21st. It's at the Puerto Vallarta Convention Center. Sounds fancy. So, 15th through the 21st. So I'd love to have you there if you can make it out. It'd be cool to engage with as many people as we can. I know they're going to do a live stream so you can watch it over the internet, but yeah, there's nothing like in person. Yeah, Marco, Mazatlan is... I can't believe I never visited it before. I'm not saying this being biased, but it's a pretty amazing city, man. They have the longest boardwalk that runs along the ocean. It runs for like 4 or 5 kilometers. It's got a bike path that goes all the way down that you can ride your bike on or run or jog or walk. It's pretty badass. They don't have the beaches like they do here in the Caribbean, but that's a trade-off. There's mountains there, so it's pretty beautiful. Yeah, Jeremiah, I've gotten messages from people about the cartels targeting American people. I don't have fear with that. See, I'm a determinist. I'm a predestination person. So if it's my time to go, and that's how I'm going to go, well, then that's just the way it is. But it's not going to stop me from doing what I'm being called to do and where to go. You know? I think that cartels are going to be targeting more of the touristy places. This place, one of them, Cancun, Playa del Carmen, maybe Tulum, Cabo San Lucas, Puerto Vallarta, you know, those areas that are more touristy. Mazatlan is more of a local tourist spot. They have a lot of hotels and high-rises there along the beach, but it's from what I saw, it's mainly locals. It's a local spot that people go to. So. Let's pop this chat out here. Okay. Let's get to some more questions here. Joe wants to talk about music. Greatest electric guitar of all time. I'm an Ibanez guitar player. I like Ibanez. I'm ignorant in guitars. Like, so if you ask me Les Paul or the Stratocaster, I couldn't tell you which one's better or which one is the greatest guitar. I'm not that engrossed in music to tell you. I'm the worst person to ask. Jason Brain, is Cetus, Baffin Island, and Greenland the head of Cetus on the old maps, just like the maybe. Could be. Mr. Biscuits, what does it mean if I have my sun and moon both in Pisces? Are you referring to the mastering the zodiac? Which chart are you using? So again, if you're talking tropical, I don't observe those charts. They're not accurate to me. So I don't use those. Matrix Unplugged, what do you think is the meaning of repetitive dreams? I have dreams where I'm always running from these bad people who are chasing me. I don't know. I would say that there's a folder in your brain, like we have folders on a computer. There's probably something attached to it from when you were a child, or maybe it's a past life thing that you need to sever a cord with. What is the origin of that? Did something happen to you when you were younger? It could also mean, that you're running from something that is trying to give you a message. It could be that you're running from something else that is kind of synchronizing with that dream, but it's not really that. Mike Elion, Hotel California. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Michelle says, I've inherited property right across the way in La Paz. I consider going there. My Uranus line runs right through there. La Paz is a beautiful place. It's just desert. I mean, there's not much greenery there. It's a lot of sand. The Baja is more sand. It's more desert. Right? It's still beautiful. I considered that place. I looked everywhere. I looked in La Paz, Cabo, Ensenada, Rosarito, Tijuana. They all have their pluses and minuses. Yeah, Joe, I'm more like Ibanez was my first electric guitar, so I'm probably being a little biased. But I'm a huge fan of Satriani, who exclusively, I think, uses Ibanez. To me, he's probably in the top 3 best guitar players ever. You could definitely say other people would be in there as well, like maybe Steve Vai or I mean, even Yngwie Malmsteen is pretty freaking amazing. But I'm a Satch fan. Joe Satriani. And he's the king of clubs. So, I mean, it fits the bill even more so. Tied Up is asking, what are your thoughts on the sky being a vault separating waters? Well, we've talked about this here on this channel about the reason why the sky is blue is because it's water. I know that there's going to be color refraction and all that kind of stuff, but are we underwater? We've talked about this, of Earth being like an underwater aquarium, a sealed system. You know, we've talked about it, so you can't rule it out. It's possible that we live underwater. Earth's underwater. So yeah, the sky being kind of the theology says firmament, dome. The Truman Show had the dome. Again, I'm not saying these are absolutes. They're ideas. They're fun to talk about. Stacy's asking me, have you decoded sleep? Yes and no. We've talked about melatonin. I'll show you this. Let me see if I can find it. How scripted that is. See if I can find it fast so I don't have to take up. I think this guy, Aaron Bunsen Lerner, 8 and 34. February 3rd, September 21st. Aaron Bunsen. Let me just take you on this journey here. We can do this together. So melatonin, we've decoded this. Melatonin control, this is very powerful because melatonin is what controls your awake and sleep cycles. When you're awake, melatonin turns off. When it's dark, melatonin turns on. And it's tied to the pineal gland. Well, melatonin in Chaldean is 35. And that's tied to this word right here, simulation. See? So think about this. Melatonin is tied to, let me get rid of that English. Melatonin is simulation because melatonin is what operates the sleep and wake cycles. Now, the guy that discovered it, September 21st and February 3rd, September 21st is the the 3 of clubs, excuse me. And then what was his other death day? February 3rd. Can't remember what, it was the 9 of spades. And that was 39. I can't remember what this meant. I did a decode on this guy, who was the one who kind of was this discovery of melatonin. But this is a big deal. Even the molar mass, the chemical property of this, that 232 is going to be tied to Jesus. It's going to be tied to the element thorium. Thorium on the periodic table is tied to Thor. Thor's tied to Jesus. See, we're in a simulation. It's the dream of the divine. See the 232? It's tied to melatonin. So all you have to do is connect. It's really simple. So some ocean stuff going on. There's our ocean, maybe the sky for the people below the surface. Yeah, definitely considering that. I mean, we'll probably discuss this when I join with Bashir's on next Saturday. We'll pick up on the underground aliens. I think the Nagas are under the water. I think that there's a serpent race under the water. That's why you have spacecraft coming out of the water. You remember, man, water is life. I mean, there's these deep sea creatures that look like aliens down there. Seriously, there is. So when we discover these sea creatures and they look like aliens, well, then you would just probably assume that there's something beyond that has more of an intelligence. Angel Lena says, still new to the sidereal. Keep getting it mixed up. It's a learning experience. Yeah, it's a transition. Sidereal is Virgo, where tropical, you're Libra. Well, if you're kind of unsure on that, I mean, you can even go here. I mean, I would just go to the Stellarium website. And you could just type in sun. And you could just click on the dates and you'll see what constellation it's in. Right now, for October 11th, if you're born in the month of October, all the way down to the end of it, you're going to be Virgo, man. I mean, this gives a drawing of it. This is what their opinion is, but if you're born on the 31st of October, you're going to be a cusp energy. Your sun would be Libra and Virgo. See, it's still the foot there. Now, this is CGI, but it's close enough. This is all Virgo energy. Right now, this is all Virgo energy, and we're stacked, especially right now. You know, right now you got Mercury, the Sun, and Venus in Virgo right now, and whatever else is there for asteroids or whatever that are not going to be listed on here. And, you know, remember, it's going to be, Hydra is going to impact that. Hydra, the largest constellation out of the 88, impacts 3/4 of Virgo. That's why we have to start looking at, and, you know, I'll tell you, I know some of you asked about the Charlie Kirk, I'll just tell you this. The Charlie Kirk incident was based on Hydra. Plain and simple. If you want more information on that, you go to the Patreon and you can watch the full decode. I think it was like an hour long. What everybody missed, everybody missed this part. They didn't include it. I shouldn't say miss it. You go to, when the hell did it happen? The 9th? No. I don't remember what it happened, but the energy was Leo and Virgo. And some Cancer energy. These three were stacked with Hydra. So this is the first thing. If you want to study astrology, you just use this and plug in your parameters and your time, and it'll give you what signs you're in. If you want to use a system, well, I was looking up Easter. You'd want to do Mastering the Zodiac. This is the most accurate, and this includes tropical, because tropical is the inside of the wheel. See these 12 houses that are 30 degrees equally in size? That's tropical. So tropical is still here, but it's the least accurate because the zodiac signs are not 30 degrees. They're all different sizes. Look how big Pisces is. You can't say Aries get the same size as Pisces or Virgo. Virgo's the largest. That to me is disrespecting the zodiac, and I did it for a long time. To me, I disrespected it because I was trying to box everything in. So this alleviates the burden. It still gives you the classical 12 houses, but it gives you the actual sizes of the zodiac, and it will change for a lot of you. It'll keep your houses intact, but the zodiac signs will be different. For instance, like Easter. This is the chart of Easter. Easter is the Passover. A lot of people will tell you Easter is Aries. No, it is not Aries. It is Pisces. See the sun right there? The sun is in Pisces. It's in the first house of Aries. So it would absolutely be included that the Lamb of God is tied to the tropical part of this, but the sun is officially in Pisces because Jesus is a fisher of men. So Easter is the culmination of Pisces and Aries, the first house. But it is not an Aries sun. It is a Pisces sun. Jesus is the Christ is sun, and that is in Pisces. In the first house, collecting the energy of the ram, the lamb, the sheep. The head. This is the head. This is what? 6 a.m. Right? I don't know, but I mean, when the sun is not even risen yet, it would be up here. But it's going to be in the sign of Pisces for Easter. This is also going to be tied to Nisan 14 through the Jewish traditions. People, they've got it. Oh, it's Aries. It's the first house of Aries, yes, but it is the solar sign of Pisces because Jesus is a fisher of men. Pisces is Poseidon. Easter is a celebration of Poseidon and Jesus. Easter is a celebration of the Christ in Poseidon. What happens when you take the sun and you put it over the ocean? It's a beautiful energy. Well, now you have reincarnation and resurrection. You have evaporation. The water cycle is the reincarnation cycle of life. Evaporation, condensation, precipitation. That's exactly what reincarnation is. You die, you condense, you reincarnate. Precipitation. So this is Easter. Pisces sun. This is a big one. That's 2025. I don't even know when 2026. I don't know what the date is. Well, let's look for 2026. I mean, this is a big Easter because Poseidon, the ruler of Pisces, is in its own sign right now. With Saturn, you got Mars there. This could be a really doozy of an Easter, man. I mean, I don't think Easter is, let me see what Easter is for 2026. April 5th, okay. Where am I at? So there is April 5th for this coming Easter 2026. You have Poseidon, Kronos, and the sun all in the first house of Aries, but in Pisces, in the sign of Pisces. Now you have Venus in Aries. So that's gonna play a role. This is a team effort. All of this energy, you have to read it this way. This is a collective energy. The moon's going to be in there as well because the moon is the first full moon. The moon has a lot to do with it. "17 Joy, what do you mean moon cycle? That the Stellarium only gives you the real-time stuff. It's not going to compare charts, if that's what you mean. Tied Up is asking about Kundalini. You know, it's fascinating because... Let me show you some numerology. It's really kind of cool. I want to say this is right. It's 41. Kundalini is an idea of energy moving up the spinal cord. It's an idea. It's not a provable scientific aspect. It's an idea. It can get dangerous because the 7 colors of the rainbow tie to the 7 archons, which those are the gatekeepers. Christos is tied to the sun. And if you watched my scripted reality 35, Christos is the prison. Numerically, Christos is tied to the word Tartarus. I know a lot of people say that doesn't make any sense. To me it makes, because you don't have all the tools laid out. You have incomplete data. When you have the complete data and you see the code that makes up the final product, you'll start to see that the Christos tied to got the root word Krio, and Krio, the numerology of Krio is 79, which is gold. Christos is the light of the world, the sun, but that's not Jesus. Jesus is Venus, Aphrodite. He makes that claim in Revelation 22 verses 16, saying, I am the bright morning star. Because Jesus is love. He represents Venus, love, spirit into matter. The circle with the cross, that's Jesus. He gets christened by the sun. That's why Venus heralds the sun from the astronomy perspective. You'll see Venus in the sky when the sun is at its dawn position. When the sun is ready to rise, before it comes up, you start to see the sun, there's Venus in the sky telling you, hey, the sun's coming. Christos is light, man. Kundalini is tied to light. And most people have 33. Not everybody has 33 vertebrae. Some people have 34. Maybe you're one of them. Jason Brain says the sun is tied to Cancer. Well, when it's in the sign of Cancer, I'm not sure what you mean. Leo is ruled by Cancer. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Barry, how are you? Barry says, you did my reading once a few years ago, which I was doing tropical back then. Would it be beneficial to do a new reading in sidereal? Well, yeah, it's going to give you completely different outlooks. There will be, if you get a reading in tropical and then you go to true sidereal, there are going to be crossovers where it's going to match up. So you don't just take the tropical and diss it and say it's a layer of the onion. But if you want to get to the precise measurements of who you are through your data and your blueprints, you've got to go to the true sidereal. So there's 2 options that you can do. You can go to the Spotlight website, and you can, if you like to do it yourself, if you're somebody who likes to do your own research, this is why I created this. And it's budget friendly because it's only $229. That's it. It's affordable for everybody. I didn't choose this, by the way. It chose me. I asked what to price this out at, and that's what it priced it out at. This is a system unlike anything else. Over 5 hours of esoteric knowledge. This is all the stuff that you're going to be able to use, all these tools that you can use to decode yourself if you want to do it yourself. This is what we have. Why is that screwed up like that? The cosmic codes, this is human design with true sidereal with chemistry. We have numerology, your life path, your name numerology, how it's tied to tarot. We have astrology using the true sidereal, how to get your conception astrology. Reading from the true map of the stars. We have the playing cards. This is going to embed into astrology. We have the tarot embedding into your name numerology, and then we have the totem pole, something you do with the medicine cards, and it's only a once-in-a-lifetime thing that you do, so it's a very sacred space. This is a very sacred thing I learned from a real shaman, this totem pole. Something you only do once in your life. It's fixed. So these are the things that you'd learn with the course. It's over 5 hours, over 8 different modules. I don't do this extensive with my readings. I would be doing readings for 6-7 hours. It's too much energy. That's why I created this. So if you like to really, this is the brand new system that we created. The human design's cool, but it uses tropical, which is not accurate. That's my opinion. I've documented it, taking pictures of the moon with my own camera outside at night, showing that the moon is not in line with tropical. So I had a problem with that. So what we did to alleviate it, we took the true sidereal and we embedded it into the human design, and we added on to the gates. We added on chemistry. These elements are valuable. This is going to tell you a lot more about yourself. So this is a brand new system that you're only going to find here, and where you take the chemistry with the cards, with the I Ching and astrology, and you combine them all together. That's just one of the tools. All the other ones I have, 8 different systems with this. There's no system like it, period, bar none. There is not a system like it. Oh, look at all these that you have. These are all in the course, over 5 hours of information that you can read about yourself. Now, if you actually want to do a reading with me, well, I'm going to give you we're going to go over astrology and numerology and a little human design, but it's 3 hours. But you're going to get far more with the course. That is if you like to do it yourself. What's amazing about the course is we created PDFs where you can download and copy and paste and showing you how to use AI to determine the definitions of your placements and your numerology. And what does this number mean with this? And at the very end, the last module in the human design is the cosmic integrations, where you've collected all your data. Let me see if I have this to show you how amazing this is. See if I have it. Yeah, here it is right here. See if I can share my screen here. So this right here is all of the information that you would gather about yourself with the course. You're going to get all of your house placements, if you know your birth time, and you're going to get very fickle with this. You're going to get my first house. I have 47% Libra, 47% Scorpio, and 6% Ophiuchus. That's a game changer if you want to get precise, because you're not just saying, oh, I have Libra in my first house. No, I have this is the blend. So you're going to ask AI to do this. Then you go to your placements. Then you go to your conception astrology and get that chart. Then you go to your numerology, you get your 2 life paths, you get your birthday number, you get your birth certificate name number in numerology. You can do your business name numerology. We give you the full aspect of the Bacon method. This is Sharon Jeffers' method, where you take the output of the Francis Bacon numerology and you tell it what your cards are based upon your perceptions of your name numerology. And getting it into the tarot, what your tarot cards look like. Then you get into your cosmic playing cards, all of your astrological playing cards, and then you put those into astrology. And then you get into the human design, where we have the astro-alchemical cosmic codes. It's not just what gate you have, it's what element you have and what cards you have there. 3 different layers that human design doesn't show you. The cosmic totem pole, something you do once in your lifetime. The Enneagram and all the extras, the Briggs-Myers, your Chinese astrology, your Mayan astrology, how to get your latitude, longitude of where you were born, where you're currently living right now. And the final module is all the integrations of all. You're going to copy and paste all this information, and you're going to plug it into AI. And you're going to ask it. And I have all templates, so you don't even have to think about the questions. You just copy and paste. And look at all this fun stuff. Your greatest strength, your deepest liability, your greatest fear, your planetary boss, what your numerical boss is. And I did fun stuff here. What your best noun is, language, what your official motto would be, what your best song would be that would represent you. A lot of fun stuff. This is what you get for the Spotlight course. So it's a lot more than I can give you myself. And that's why we created this thing. And then we have the pro bono. Remember, we have the pro bono here. If you want to do a consultation with me, this is completely complimentary. First come, first serve. If you want to talk about whatever you want to talk about, I created this platform. This is my gift to the world. This I don't get any money from this. I want to help you, right? Because I'm here to serve. So that's what we have on this website. If you want the book the Cards of Earth's Casino, this book comes free with the course. If you want to buy it, it's $20. But if you get the course, you get it free. So you get the book and the course, over 5 hours of content, 8 different modules on how to decode yourself, more than any other system in the world today that I know of. All right here in Spotlight. And the explanation of it. That's what you get. Now, if you want to do a reading, you can go to my Cosmic Sugar website, and I do personal readings here. I got 3 readings. The number 1 reading, which includes a report. It's going to be based on that Spotlight, some information, gathering information. And then the number 2, if you want to do it yourself, this is where I just spend about 2.5 to 3 hours, and I just give you as much as I can interpret on your charts. And then the number 3 is a tarot reading. This is kind of like people ask me, what do I do after the reading? If you want to follow up, you can do tarot, right? So those are the 3 that I offer. But the Spotlight course was designed because I had a lot of people that just don't have it in the budget to spend the money for the personal reading. So I priced it at $229. I mean, it's a steal if you ask me. Coincidence theorist, would it be beneficial to do the course before I did a reading? I would just say do the course, man. I would be honored to do a reading for you, but I can tell you right now, the course will give you way more information. I'm not going to give you 8 modules like the course would. The course is going to give you 8 different modules, and I'm going to add more. I got palmistry coming. That's going to be added to it. We're going to add more to this as we go along. Spider Bite, is the course on time? No, it is a go at your own pace. So if you want to stop, if you want to watch it for 30 minutes, stop and exit out, totally cool. You go back in there, you log in, and you get to start where you picked up, where you left off. I think you have to keep track, though. I think that the program that I'm using doesn't tell you, oh, you stopped at this certain point. So you have to all you got to do is just keep a record of it, write it down. I stopped at 30 minutes and whatever. But it is a go at your own pace. There's no rush. So when you want to finish it is when you want to finish it. Because I know a lot of you have busy lives. I know a lot of you are not going to want to rush through it. Tied up, isn't Kundalini what the Asians would call chi or kai? Yeah. It's just energy flow is all it is. Dancing in a Dream says, I got my 3-hour reading when you were still using tropical. Yeah, I mean, that's, it wasn't wrong. It's just not as precise. You're going to get close. You're going to get definitions that'll cross over tropical and sidereal. In some instances, they're going to cross over. If you have your sun in tropical and let's say it's in Aquarius, but in sidereal, in true sidereal, it's Capricorn. But maybe you have Mercury in Aquarius. You're going to get that's why you resonate with Aquarius energy, because your Mercury's there. And it's not just the celestial placements, it's the true answer when somebody says, what is your sign? I'm all of them. You're all of the signs. Whether or not you have placements in those signs, you still are being impacted by those zodiac signs. including the ones that are not on the ecliptic. Hydra and Cetus and Monoceros, and you're still going to be impacted by them. Yeah, you know, I'll tell you something really funny. So this is how I asked somebody, how did I price it? I have these cards. I have these deck of flashcards. They're like kids cards, and they have like animals on them. And I don't know, I'll just pull one out of the deck. Watch, this is what they look like. So we get 90. This one's probably not a good example because you can't really see it, but what the hell that is. So you got like smiley faces and whatever. But anyway, I got these cards because I wanted to start pulling cards and asking questions when I do it in my own mind. I wanted to use something other than tarot and the cards. I wanted a change. And I thought these flashcards were cool. And I can't tell you how profound this deck has been. Giving me answers, man, when I have a conversation with the divine or whatever that is. Anyway, I wanted to find out how to price the Spotlight course, and that's what I said. I'm going to pull 3 cards, and I'm going to add them up. That's what I did. So I pulled 3 cards, and I got $229. So I'm like, all right, priced it at $229. I could have went. Originally, folks, I was going to price it at $500. I'm gonna be honest, man. It's I think the value of his weight, $500 easy. 8 hours. I mean, 8 modules, 5+ hours. I thought it was completely worth more than that, but $229 was the number, and I'm like, okay, that's fair. And people are on budgets, I know, and so that's what I went with. That's how I ended up landing on that $229. Coincidence theorists, if you get it now, are you able to get the added material later on? Yeah, because when I add the material, I'm going to make, this is why I'm saying become a member on Patreon. You don't have to become a donating member. You can become a free member. The announcements that are made will be made on the Patreon. That's the community that I want everybody to go over on. So if you're a member of Spotlight, I'll be making announcements here on these podcasts, letting you know, hey, we added a module to the Spotlight course. You know, again, palmistry is the other amazing one that I want to really get into. And I have some ideas that I think would be really cool and easy for people to do palmistry. So that's the other one. Tied Up's asking about the number 7. Seven is L. The number 7, if you flip it and mirror it, it's L, which is God. That's what it is. So of course, the archons, 7 colors of the rainbow, 7 days of the week. 7 in Chaldean numerology is 24. There are 24 hours in a day, which is denoted by the sun and moon phases, light and lack of light. Dance in a Dream, 229 is 500 Canadian. Wow, your price points, holy mackerel, Canadian dollars. Whew. Jeremiah says, I sent you cards for yeah, bro, I still have the big cards You sent me some of the big, like, horse's leg cards. I have those by my bedside. Sometimes I use them because I sleep with cards next to me. I'm constantly doing that. And I have the big deck, and I use it. I use the deck. So I appreciate that. Can I elaborate on the Archons? Well, I did a whole decode on them. Have you watched it? I would encourage you to go watch the Archons Decoded. It's like Archons, the Material Worlds on the YouTube, here on the YouTube. It'd be do a much better job than what I can describe for you right now. I mean, Archon just means ruler. That's all it really means. Yeah, go watch it, man. It was huge. I got a lot of views for my channel. It did. Let me see if I want to show all of you something. Let me see if I can show you something I just came up with today as I was walking. Let me see if I can show all of you. Do this on the fly. Give me 1 second. Okay, I think I got this. I'm gonna show you something that I was shown today, and I'm super grateful for. And I know this fits, so it's kind of cool. Get this. I know this fits here. It's very fascinating. I'm sure they know this organization, but those sneaky Masons. Okay, let me take you on this journey. Here we go. So let's get L in Hebrew first. It's Aleph and Lamed, right? That's what it is. L, which means God. So we just go to the numerology cipher and we get L, right? L is the 112. This right here. So what's fascinating about the square and compass is it's the letter A and L. The letter A and L. That's what it is. The only thing I don't think it has is it has the crossbeam, but it's the letter A and the letter L. Just turn that. There it is. The square and compass of Masonry means L. There it is, 1 and 12. The first letter and the 12th letter. That's what AL is. A in English is the first letter, L is the 12th letter. There's your square and compass. Right there. See it? You can't miss it. I'm telling you, that's what it means. L, God. Aleph, Lamed. 13's tied to the sun. It's also tied to Poseidon because Poseidon's numerology is 112. See that 112? That's Poseidon. Poseidon's tied to Zeus, and Zeus is tied to the 13 as well. But I'm telling you, this is it, man. I'm sure they know this, but that's the square and compass. Masonry. So now you know. So that's what I was shown that today. I was like, wow, that's a freaking badass connection. $13 is just 1 and 3. That's all it is. What is the number 1? The number 1 is leadership. It's determination. It's ambition. It's your root. It's the foundation. Let me show you. The tarot does the better job of that. I'm going to give you and show you what the tarot is, and then I'm going to show you the cards, the playing cards. Let me show you. Get the Ace of Hearts. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. And the 3 of Hearts. Just give me 1 second. There it is. Okay. So in numerology, the number 1 is I. In astrology, the first house is your identity. It's a Mars energy. It's testosterone. It's your drive. It's your determination. In the tarot and the major arcana, it's the magician. You're the magician. This card is the Aries card. This is an Aries energy. Always will be. Card number 1 syncs to house number 1. Aries is the magician. The first house is. And you have, it's not just Aries energy in there. When you look at the zodiac wheel, it's also Taurian energy. Because Aries is so small. It's not 30 degrees. But this is number 1, and then number 3 is the 3 of Cups, which is celebration. See if I can find that real quick. The Empress, excuse me, in the major arcana. So the major arcana is going to do this. This is what 13 looks like in the major arcana. Those two. The magician and the Empress. The Empress is the queen that gives birth to things. When you add the magician to that, you're talking about abracadabra to birth. Birthing things into this reality by way of magic. That's what 13 means. It's a super powerful number tied to the sun. There are 13 layers to the sun as it makes its sign winder pattern. That's the major arcana. Magic through creation. Creation through magic, 13. Then you take in the cards of illumination, the cosmic playing cards. And you have these two. The Ace of Hearts and the 3 of Hearts. The 3 of Hearts is the expansion of love. That's what the Empress is, right? The 3 of Hearts, this card right here means expansion through love. 3 means expansion. In numerology, 3 means to expand. You expand by way of communicating. What do you think I'm doing on this channel? Expanding. Expanding by way of how I communicate. It expands through, if you're a painter, an artist, and you put out a painting, you expand through your art. If you're an actor or actress professionally, you expand by way of your artistry on the theater stage. If you're somebody who's a musician and you play guitar or drums or you play in a band, you project your artistry out through that. You expand through music. That's all this energy right here. 3 is expansion. The heart is love, the expansion of what you love in this world. That's the 3. Then you take the first card, it's the Ace of Hearts, the originator. This is the magician. Remember, this is the compass in masonry, the A. This is the seed planter. Your wish is my command, abracadabra. So when you take the 2 together, you have the origination of the ideas, number 1. Your determination, your optimism, what your ideas, what you love with your ideas, Ace of Hearts. This sits in the house of Aries. All the aces sit in the first house. And then this is a Gemini energy. The 3rd house. Communication, creativity. What you want to talk about, what you want to think about, what you want to create. And those end up moving into the Ace of Hearts, the Ace of Cups, card 37. You know what? This card's tied to baptism. this card right here for baptism and the numerology of baptism in the Greek from the theology, baptism not only is it tied to the moon. Oh yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I got a decode coming out on baptism. It's going to be on the Patreon. I can tell you right now, the Bible, which is newer than ancient Samaria tells you, and I'm not regurgitating it from a perspective of like I'm passing it down. This is what their material says. Ancient Samaria is the god of sin, and that is the moon, and the moon is supposed to take your sins away. Well, the word baptism in Greek numerology is 78, which just so happens to be the atomic isotope of selenium, which is the goddess of the moon. And baptism and the moon are tied together because ancient Samaria, which predates the Bible, says so. And the moon is the ruler of the waters, along with Poseidon. And this card, tied to the baptism of Jesus in the book of John, is sitting in the Poseidon space in solar spread number 78, which is what baptism equals in Greek numerology. So this is the renewal of the mind, a do-over, clearing away your sins. See the dove flying down? I mean, if you study the baptism of Jesus, it says that the dove came down from heaven. It's right there on the freaking card, man. This is in the card system. So the card system, this devilish tarot that so many people claim on, is completely in bed with the Bible that they read that claim this is devil stuff. It blows my mind with the ignorance because they don't have all the tools. Not my problem. I'm telling you, man, this system, the tarot and the cards and astrology and numerology, they'll tell you what the Bible really means. There's countless interpretations of the Bible. I just told all of you in the Scripted Reality 35, right? I said, and I mentioned in there, because it was on Hotel California, the Eagles, right? You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. Well, we just did resurrection. And what I can tell you with confidence, one of the first scriptures in the Old Testament talking about resurrection is the book of Daniel, chapter 12, verses 2. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you what it really means. I'm going to do it in the King James so you can read it. See what this says right here? It says, this is the resurrection, right? Those that sleep shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to everlasting contempt. See the duality already here? If the wages of sin is death, why are people coming back and being resurrected to everlasting contempt? Which completely abolishes Romans 6 verses 23, which tells you the wages of sin is death. Obviously, it's not. This says otherwise. And what does this mean? What is the interpretation of this? Well, we got a whole presentation coming out on there. What this means is that everlasting life means you work for the sun. And everlasting contempt means you work for the moon. That's what this means. Contempt, moon. Life, sun. This is Jesus talking about, and this is right here, this scripture, and this is Jesus talking to the church. Revelation 3 verses 15. See, Jesus right here clearly points out Daniel 12 verses 2. Because the everlasting life is the hot, and the everlasting contempt is the cold. And you see, you notice that Jesus says, I wish you were cold or hot, asking you to pick one. That's what the scripture means, hot and cold, clear and evil, yin yang, up down, left right, on off, is exactly everlasting life and everlasting contempt. And where does it say people have a choice? Where does it say that, oh, you're going to have a choice on which way you're going to live your life? No, there's no choice here. This is predestination. So if this is literally true, which I'm very skeptical about, but what this interprets as, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, I'm going to tell you right now, what this interprets as is reincarnation is about working for the sun or working for the moon. That's what it means. And this is how the players on the board, that's why not everybody that incarnates is a player of the sun. They work under the guise of the moon. The moon doesn't give off any of her own light, you know. The moon is a reflector. That's why when you look at the phases of the moon gets the energy from the sun. The moon is cold, the sun is hot and cold. That's why Jesus says, I wish you would be hot or cold. Hot is the sun, cold is the moon. In Greek, it's psychros, cold, and zestos, hot. That's what it is in the Greek. The Greek scriptures, zestos, I wish you were zestos, or psychros, cold. But I wish you would pick one. Otherwise, if you don't pick one, I'm kicking you out. If you're lukewarm, I can't use you. If you're not going to play, I can't use you. I'm going to spit you out of my mouth. You can't be spit out of something you're not in already. This alludes to the fact that Jesus is the Hotel California. The prison. Christos means the prison. That's what the code says. It's a beautiful one, but it contains a lot of pain and suffering. That's why sin and the drinking of the blood and eating of the wafers and the baptism and all that, it's all ritualistic to harvest your energy. But of course, what it really means, it already knew that. It's set up that way to harvest energy. People willingly get in line to do it. So that resurrection is reincarnation. And you can see that in that verse, there's no choice. Those people don't have a choice. Just like Judas Iscariot didn't have a choice. That's like the first story of predestination. Major one in the New Testament. Where does it say Judas had a choice of being the deceiver? He didn't have a choice. Neither did Jesus giving him the bread dipped in sop, which is when Satan entered into him. That was not, Jesus didn't have a choice as well. That's why Jesus tells you, one of you will deceive me. Well, where does it say that Judas had a choice in the matter? No, he didn't. He was selected to be the deceiver. So really what it boils down to is you have the battery of life that we live in. That's why I'm going to be redoing this one. I got all my slides. The Christ battery, to redo it. And I can tell you right now, this is from Greek. This is life and crisis, evil. This is the prison, man. We're in the prison of good and bad. The Christos, Tartarus, the prison. Right here. Even John 5:29. Those that have done good will be the resurrection of life. Those that have done evil, the resurrection of damnation. Damnation is a word that's not in the Greek, though. This is the King James. Where does it say people have a choice? No, it's a prison, man. Christos is the prison. It's the periodic table. The periodic table has 118 elements. That's what it is. And it's a battery. We live in a battery. It comes down to this right here. This comes down to these two elements. Hydrogen, which is life, and fluorine, which is acid. This is the giver. Hydrogen's tied to the sun, and this is the moon, the taker. Fluorine is got the highest electronegativity of any element on the periodic table. Hydrogen is willing to give or receive. The sun, the giver. Notice it has a root, right? 28 has a root of 1. This is a root of 9. The everlasting contempt, 9. Repeat. Now, there could be an aspect of where you ascend. This also could be talking about graduating and moving on. The law 1 fits into the whole resurrection as well, where you just graduate to a higher density. That's a possibility. But there's no winning or losing hand. This is fluoric acid. Acid. This is the moon, man. And that's why when you look at Adam and Eve, see, Eve's numerology is a root of 1. And that's because Eve is the one that gave the apple to Adam. She was the giver. And then he took it, and the fall of man through that story happened, down to purple. It's red and purple, the 2 opposite ends on the spectrum. That's why you see a lot of the royals wear violet, because it represents the highest authority here on earth. This is red. This is the color at the top of the rainbow, the color at the bottom. Adam is 9. Adam has a root of 9. Adam is the one that took from Eve. Eve is the giver. He didn't have to take it. I know you're going to go back and say, well, the serpent gave it to him. The serpent beguiled me. That's fine. I mean, you got Lucifer in here as well, 28. You got nickel in here. It's a lot of ways, but I can tell you right now, we live in a battery. This is a battery, man. We live in the battery is the giver, the positive, and the taker, the negative. That's what it is. It's a donor and an acceptor. This is God, right? If you want to know what God is, God's the battery, the positive and negative. We live in a give and take. The anode and the cathode. That's it. That's all it is. So it's right here. You can't mistake it anymore for this. Here it is. Here's the numerology of the last slide I'll show you. Anode and cathode is a battery. That's 51, which is exactly the numerology in the original Hebrew of the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden is a battery, man. We live inside of a battery. That's what we live in. This. It's a give and take. A guy can't create that. Women have all the power, man. I can accept that because I can't create an offspring. That's why she got why didn't Adam eat the fruit first and give it to Eve? Well, because the females give birth. Guys can't. They have to take. And the roles can be reversed. But this is it in chemistry, and this is it in numerology. That's it. It's the possession. That's what theology looks like. So that's going to be the Christ battery, the Christ battery part 2. Yeah, there's more than that, but that's the story of Genesis. Nicholas, thoughts on hydrogen water? Hydrogen water is amazing if you have a machine, right? But it's better to breathe it in than to drink it. It's much more beneficial to get the nose thing. I can't remember the name of that thing. It wraps around. You put it in your nose, and you breathe it in. That's far superior than drinking it. The parts per million is high. Hydrogen's from the sun. If you take in a hydrogen, you're taking it from the sun. The guy that I got my machine from, I know you're probably going to ask, like, where'd you get your machine from? This guy right here, Hydrogen for Health. He's got probably the cheapest machines. I'm not big into these bottles, but if you want to get like a machine, he stepped it up on his website. You can get the portable one, which is probably this one. This one's like the cheapest one, $7.50. It's a portable one. It has Brown's gas. Brown's gas is a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen at the same time. If you want to go with the Big Daddy, you get this HX900. It's going to produce a ton more than any of the other machines out there. I've communicated with the owner. He's in Utah. Nice guy. And he does all of his experiments on YouTube to show you what this is putting out in parts per million. So you know you're not getting bedazzled. You're not just making a claim and saying it makes this. No, he does all the testing to show you what these produce. They're well worth it. This machine is badass right here. this HX900. Get the clinical one. I mean, depends on how much output you want. But if you just want the starter one, this one, $750. I mean, it's a smoking deal. And he's right in Utah, and he ships quick. And can't remember his name, but he's a really nice guy, and he's a scientist. So this is what this comes with this. That's what it is, a cannula. You just put it in your. That's the best way to do it. So when I've had 2 of these machines, I've given them away, and when I had this one, I would just sit and have it by my computer, and I would just breathe in the hydrogen when I was decoding for hours and hours and hours. That's what I would do. That's called Hydrogen for Health. Hydrogen, the number 4 health.com. That's his website. If you're interested in that. Tied up asking, is the word God in Genesis 1:26 Elohim? Yeah, Elohim is used in Genesis 1 verses 26. And is it plural? Yes. The words say so in Hebrew. Let us make man. It's a plural. This coincides with Psalms 82. Because Psalms 82 talks about the council of the El. The gods come to the table. You know, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, here, this is an interesting thing that most people don't know. The Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, there's this, I don't remember the scripture. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, right here. The Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh in Deuteronomy chapter 32 says right here, the Yod was designated Israel as his own special inheritance. This alludes to, because it's the Elyon, the Most High, that divided the nations, and the Yod got his inheritance, which was Israel. That's what he got inherit. It says he got inheritance. And the Yod is tied to Mars, man. There's a lot of Mars energy tied to that. So fascinating, Deuteronomy 32, fascinating stuff, man. The Yod being tied to Mars in so many ways. I mean, genocide, 1 Samuel 15 verses 3. Go kill all those innocent kids. What about all the innocent kids that you just had everybody go kill? Joshua the killer. Going and killing all those people. I get it. Some people may have deserved it, but if God told you to go kill people, would you go do it? I bet 100% of you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't stomach it. You couldn't do it. And you could say, well, it was different back then. There's a million different ways you can slice or dice it. But you wouldn't partake in a genocide. That's 1 Samuel 15 verses 3. That's bloodshed, Mars. That's the shofar, Aries, Mars, the Yod, the inheritance of Israel. That's Aries, the ram, the Mars energy. Bloodshed. Why do you think Israel's bombing Gaza, all those innocent kids, in the name of God, right? That's what they'll chalk it up to. See, as an imperfect human being, you're going to say, that bothers my conscience. Well, why would an imperfect person like us have our consciences bothered when a supposed omniscient, omnipresent, perfect God is okay to do that kind of stuff? When we, as imperfect human beings, consciously can't stomach that kind of stuff. The majority of people. So. Yeah, Psalms 82 is the council of the gods. And you have Elyon, the Most High. It's very tricky, though. It's a very tricky thing just to rely on the numerology of the words. Super tricky. What I can tell you, and this is the Kabbalistic aspect, is any word in Hebrew, at the end of the word is called the capstone. The cornerstone is the first letter, and you could do this with the English language. The last letter in the word is the the capstone. And in the Kabbalistic aspects, when you observe these words in Hebrew, the letter at the end means it's the one that possesses that word. It's the manifestation of that word. So when you read the Yod He Vav He, the last letter of that is the He, which is 5. There are 5 books in the Torah. 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses. The He is the window, like God looking through the window, observing your every move. The first letter is the Yod, which is the smallest letter, and it means the arm, like the controller on the joystick looking through the screen. We covered this in the Yod He Vav He Decoded. It's fascinating that God is like the controller looking through a screen, just like we do. When you are looking through, imagine someone was looking back at you from your cell phone, like you're looking at it. What's looking back at you? You're looking at it and you're punching the buttons and you're telling this thing what to text, what website to go to. You're the controller of this. You're the arm or the hand that controls this cell phone or this mouse. Well, if we're made in the likeness of image, and that is true, well then what's observing us? And it would be controlling us just like we control this. Because this is your slave, right? This is a slave of yours. It can't talk back. It can malfunction, but if it's working properly, it's your slave. I think that's the reason why slavery was okay in the Old Testament. Slavery was okay to own slaves in the Old Testament. I don't know how people can say that's something that's good. I don't know. Affable Zombie says it's a free will thing. I'm a determinist. There is no such. Free will is an illusion. Free will is your emotional reactions. Maybe I'll give you what shoes you're going to buy, or maybe what you're going to eat for dinner. That's about the extent of your free will. Free will is an illusion. The code supports this, by the way. You don't have to. I know there's people that are going to be skeptical. I know a lot of you get angry and you don't agree with me. That's totally fine. What I would say to you, and if we were to go into a court of law to show our discovery, you would have nothing to show for your discovery of your free will, because free will is an impossibility to show. You can't show it. There's no evidence of free will. There's just your word that you have control. But I have mounds and mounds of evidence showing you a predestined world that we live in. Your life is scripted. That's no free will. That's my evidence. Now, again, you can be a skeptic, so I don't believe that. I don't agree with that. That's totally fine. That's no big deal for me. But when you start to study the code, there's too much evidence. The free will is a myth. It's an illusion. So, like, what would you do with that? If that became your absolute? Well, you'd surrender to it, and then you would study yourself. Why do you think astrology and numerology and human design and all these systems, they're making a huge comeback? Tarot is like exploding on YouTube. Because people are realizing this is the great shift into the age of Aquarius. Tarot is exploding on YouTube, pick-a-card readings and tarot and astrology. Why is it exploding? Because the age of Pisces is ending. The age of Pisces says that stuff during our time is off limits. You can't do that. And people didn't do it. Well, the age of Aquarius is I know thyself. So this is why astrology and numerology and human design and Enneagram and tarot, and they're making a huge comeback, because Aquarius is, I want to know how I'm coded. And you're going to find out when you start to study yourself, you don't have choices like you think you have. I can't even tell you, folks. I can't even begin to tell you. My move to Mazatlan next month, I'm moving next month. If I were to show you, and if you don't know this system, it's like me trying to talk about trigonometry and you're still at your your multiplication tables. If you don't have I don't know how to write formulas for rocket engines. I'm completely ignorant in that area. So if somebody were to show me formulas for jet propulsion, I would be lost. I don't have that knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge of the code that writes the final product that we call life, then you're going to be ignorant in the area of how this operating system works. We're all ignorant in certain areas a lot of areas in our lives. Again, I don't know how to write formulas for jet propulsion. I certainly couldn't walk into a kitchen and think I'm a Michelin chef. Haven't schooled myself in that area. I can cook, yeah, but I'm not a 5-star Michelin chef. Wouldn't claim to be that. This system will tell you that you live in a scripted reality. I went to Mazatlan. My real estate agent that I got for the place that I picked out, the agent that shows up, the agent that the agent I got, the agent I reached out to was a female. Her name was Rachel. She's from Canada. Well, she didn't show up at the property when I went to go look at it. It was her husband. And what is his birth card? My spirit card, of course. Why wouldn't it be? Oh, a lot of people would just shirk it off. Oh, that's just coincidence. No, that's because you're ignorant in the card system. Just like I'm ignorant in jet propulsion and trying to be a 5-star Michelin chef. The dates, the numerology of Mazatlan, the founding date, May 14th, the days in between, on the calendar between my birthday and that city. Why that city? I have my reasons, but it chose me. I didn't choose it. It chose me. And so many other people are understanding, they're seeing this, that the things are choosing you. You're not choosing them. There's no evidence of free will at all, folks, other than saying you have free will. There's no evidence at all. You couldn't prove it in a million years. It's an impossibility. I know you want to think you have that because you don't think a lot of you don't want to think you don't have control. And that turns people off and all that stuff. I have the evidence to show you that you don't. And I'm not trying to be right here. I'm simply the messenger to tell you that you just don't have what you think you have. So what's next? Well, you study the code that you're supposed to surrender to become the very best version of that, to fine-tune how you're coded. See, if you just react without thinking, you're not in control. So this is where you can have free will, where maybe instead of getting angry like you normally do, you control that emotion and you fine-tune it where you don't react that way, and you'll have a better outcome, which will give you more blissful experiences in your life. That was already determined, by the way. Door number 1 that you're going to go down, where I'm like, you know what? I think I'm not going to get angry like I normally get from now on. I'm not going to react when people push my buttons. I'm going to chill a little bit. And that means you're going to go through door number 1. Because lately you've been going all your whole life, door number 2. Someone pushes your buttons, you bite their head off. You get angry, you implode. Door number 2. Well, door number 1 is the option to go into, but that was already selected for you for the appropriate time when you feel like I made the decision to stop being angry when people push my buttons. It's all determinism, man. And that's what the code says. And until somebody can show me otherwise that you have free will, I'm not a believer in it. Not in the sense of what people think free will is. Your role was already selected for you before you were ever born. That's what the code says. Now, again, if you can show me otherwise, I'm all ears, seriously. I'm waiting for somebody to show me evidence that you have free will, and I know I'll be waiting for the rest of my life because it's not a possibility that you can do that. It's an impossibility. Now, are we going to get free will? Well, maybe, but I can tell you right now at this current stage of life, it's not happening in my life. I'm living the cleanest, most humble life I've ever lived, ever. So you think, where's my reward? There isn't a reward, man. It's what your destiny calls for. Affable Zombie says, wouldn't a predestined world lead to a complacent world? Why would you? No. Listen, my viewpoints, and they're shared with many other people. Go listen to Robert Sapolsky. I'm not saying he's the final answer in your life, but just go listen to some of his videos. And these other people that tell you that, determinism, I'm a determinist. The world is not going to adopt this because that means you don't have choices, and that puts you in a prison, and people don't like to be put into a box. They don't want to feel like they're not in control. Oh, I'm in control of my life. I get to say, I get to be the boss. Well, ultimately you do, but that's an illusion. Tied Up's asking about, so basically the Bible is the story of the alien God Yahweh and the storyline of his choice of people to have as servants. Well, again, the Deuteronomy 32 clearly says that Yahweh's inheritance was the land of Israel, which is the house of Jacob. The house of Jacob was turned into the house of Israel, which is his people. So yeah, that scripture is a big deal. Because when you go to Psalms 82 verses 6 or 82 verses 1, and it talks about the council of the Els, the council of the gods coming together, and then you go to Job chapter 1 verses 6, and it says that God and the sons of God and Satan came along with them. I mean, there's more than one. Even the whole Satan thing, man, Satan is a worker of God. It's an agent of God. Which just means adversary, like the prosecutor. Alan Watts did a great analogy of it, and he says, what if Satan is just the prosecutor? Somebody had mentioned to me, and I started working on it. Someone asked me to decode The Devil's Advocate with Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves. So I started, and I have slides, and you know what it led to? Entrapment. Because that's what Keanu Reeves says in the movie. You set me up. And of course Al Pacino says, dude, I just set the stage, man. I just set the stage. Maybe, but you don't have a choice in what you're going to grab on the stage being set. I mean, maybe that'll make you a better person. Maybe you'll be like, well, I'll show you, Logan. I'm going to show you I have free will. Okay, then go be a better person. If you feel like you've got choices, maybe that will provoke you to be a better person. Maybe that's what you needed to hear, because you don't believe that you don't have free will. So you're going to go show everybody that you have free will. Go be a better person then. What are you going to do with it? If you think you have free will, what are you going to do? Are you still going to be the same person, or are you going to say, I'll show you. I'm going to show you I got free will. Okay, cool. What are you going to show me? I'm going to show you I'm a better person. I would hope that would be your answer. That you're going to be a better person. You're going to be more giving and loving and compassionate. I would hope that's what it would mean for you. Maybe that's the instigation aspect. Anyway, the devil's advocate. The prosecuting attorney, Alan Watts says, the devil. Clearly it says right in Job chapter 1 verses 8 has God asking Satan, hey, have you considered, this is when God tempted the devil. Yahweh says, hey, Satan, have you considered my servant Job? The wording actually is, have you set your heart upon my servant Job? And if you go to Jeremiah 17 verses 9, the prophet Jeremiah says, the heart is the most treacherous thing. That's the devil. Your heart is the devil. It's many more things. But your heart, according to the book of Jeremiah, is the devil. Because when Yahweh says to the devil, Satan, in Job 1 verses 8, have you considered my servant? He basically says, the origination of the word is your heart set. Set your heart upon my servant Job. Go ahead, test him. And what's the point of that? For what would the point of being and remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the nastiness of the Bible, right? Job's family was butchered. Innocent children were killed. Would you say that's something of an omniscient, omnipresent, loving deity? To butcher a family, to prove to the onlookers that are in the spiritual realm, the angels, to prove your ability to be worshiped without fear? The story is just got so many holes punched into it. If you're almighty, omniscient, omnipotent, or whatever, you don't need to prove anything to anybody. So butchering families and genocides, that's the part of the Bible, that's in the contradictions. The book is a mess. It's a messy book. Very messy. So to me, the devil is an agent of God in that sense, working for, an extension of. And the interesting part about Satan is that the word in Hebrew, I'll take you on this journey, and I'll just show you this so you can see with your own two eyes. You don't have to take my word for it. We'll just go to Job 1:6 in Hebrew. And here's Satan right here, right? Satan. And there it is. Satan in Hebrew is 44. 44th card in the cards of illumination. It's the 5 of spades. The 5s, they all sit in the house of Leo. Right? What's the 5th house of astrology? Leo. What is Leo? The lion. Doesn't it say in 1 Peter 5 verses 8 that your adversary walks about like a roaring lion? Yeah, that's Satan, man. That's pride and vanity. That's why even in the Devil's Advocate, he says that. Al Pacino says, my favorite sin is vanity, self-love, wanting to look good. That's why life's about looking good. Everybody wants to look good about things. That's called vanity. Anyway, 44, this sits in the astro-alchemical cosmic code. This sits in the sign of Scorpio, the backbiter, ruled by Pluto and Mars. And if we do the full gematria in Hebrew, you're going to get 359. And that's a prime number. It's the 72nd prime number. Well, how many angels and demons do you have in the Shem? 72. The 72 names of God. Here they are, the angels and the demons. 72 of them. This is the sun and the moon, the oppositions, the adversaries of one another. 72. So Satan is 359. 359 is the 72nd prime number, and there are 72 angels and demons that work for the Lord. Satan is an agent of the Yod. Right here, the sons of God to present themselves, also came Satan among them. And he said, Satan is tied to, I'm telling you, it's tied to Poseidon and Pluto, because he says, where'd you come from? He says, I was going to and from the earth. That's the domain of Pluto and Poseidon. Poseidon's got the pitchfork. So Satan has a lot to do with Poseidon energy. And then in Job chapter 1, verses 8, it's got this word, have you considered? This word is tied to the heart. Hamzada. Which is tied to Jeremiah 7. You go to Jeremiah 17, verses 9, ladies and gentlemen. And it says, the heart is more deceitful and desperately wicked. The heart is the devil, man. That's what this means. The devil. Desperately wicked. Who can know it? What's desperately wicked? The devil, right? The heart. So now you can start to see how this interpretation is a lot more different than what the church is going to tell you. You're the devil, man. People get offended. Other channels saying, yeah, would you trust a guy that says, be the best little devil you can be? You're taking out of context. When I say be the best little devil you can be, you're a sinner, man. You can't help it. You're a prosecuting attorney just like you're a defense attorney. You're defending yourself just like you're prosecuting people. When you tell people, oh, they screwed me over and I'm going to tell you why, and they did this and they did that, or that's prosecuting. And there's a lot of times you'll defend yourself. You're always on the court. You're in a court of law all the time till you take yourself off the court. That's why Keanu Reeves was an attorney that never lost in The Devil's Advocate. He even said it, I never lose. The court. Prosecuting, defense, yin yang, sun, moon, hot, cold, zestos and psychros in Greek. In Revelation 16, verses 16, it talks about the Armageddon and the kings coming before. And there are 16 pieces of white and 16 pieces of black on chess. You're on the chessboard. That's why the Masons have the black and white checkered floor. They got it right. Yeah, transhumanism is 44. Exactly. Thank you, SyncUB or whatever. I can't pronounce your avatar. Transhumanism, 44. Altered Carbon is 44, the show about transhumanism. You know, it's fascinating. Just want to give you the numerology of this. This is gonna probably piss some people off, but that's okay. This right here. You know what this word is? Messiah. Now, I already know that Jesus hasn't fulfilled any of the prophecies according to the Old Testament. Not a single one. He has not fulfilled a single one. That I know for sure. Well, when you do Satan to match up the English, well, you take a wild guess what that's going to equal. 52. Satan has the same numerical value as Messiah. Earth is 52. You see, 52 on the periodic table is tellurium. And if Satan rules earth, well, there's the connection right there. And why has Messiah got the same numerical value? See, people are looking for this Savior. Jesus is not the Messiah, I can tell you that right now. Nope. Hasn't fulfilled a single prophecy. It's a big coup, man. I get asked this all the time. I mean, were you just gonna dismiss all that? I like the part of Jesus where it's about love and compassion and treating people with respect and helping people and being of service. Absolutely love that part. But the cannibalism and the vampirism and telling people if you don't do this, you don't have life in you. If you don't eat the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. That's devil stuff, man. I don't know if that was done to do a ritual but that goes against my conscience. It goes against my instincts. What about you? Realize the self says the Bible is distorted. It is in so many ways. There's a lot of distortion in it. There's tons of contradictions. There's tons of errors. So if it's the book of God, if it's the divine word, there wouldn't be any errors in there. There would not be any genocides. There wouldn't be any slavery, being okay with that. This doesn't matter. People justify, it's a different culture back there. You'll justify it because you're in love with your captor. So you'll justify it. I like the love part. I like the respect. I like compassion. I like be of service. You know, the 10 Commandments, I like those. You must not kill. There's a lot of good in those. But the New Testament comes on the scene and people got it twisted, man, because even Yeshua is not Jesus. People don't know their Bibles, man. I didn't even know this stuff. Yeshua is a man from Jehozadak from Ezra 2 verses 2. Ezra 2 verses 2 talks about a man named Yeshua who's the son of Jehozadak, a high priest. That's not Jesus. And if you go and refer to Yehoshua, which is Joshua, Joshua was a killer. And Jesus is not a killer in the sense of the character. Jesus doesn't come on the scene until the book of Isaiah, which is Emmanuel. It's got the word El in it. And Matthew, in the book of Matthew, it reiterates the word Emmanuel. It doesn't say Yeshua in there. There's no Yeshua in the New Testament. Jesus is a different word. Joshua and Yehoshua is not Jesus, and neither is Yeshua. Yeshua is the son of Jehozadak, which is a high priest. Now, he could have come from the lineage of those, maybe, but there's no evidence of that. But people swear up and down, man, it's this. They don't even know their Bible, man. You just regurgitate it, and I was one of them. So I'm not immune to any of this stuff, man. I mean, we're all ignorant, folks. You start doing the studies. You're like, oh shit, I missed that, and there's this, and yeah. I mean, Jesus is Venus, absolutely. Revelation 22 verses 16, he makes the claim, I am the root of David, the bright morning star. That's Jesus. The Christ, well, that's the Son. That's Christos. And as we already talked about, Venus is love, the Son is light. Love and light is what keeps this game going. Love and light is what beats the darkness. Darkness can't overcome love and light. It's not a possibility. People are going to fall in love. They're going to hump and make babies, and they're going to make new players on the board who have the opportunity to become love and light. But not everybody that incarnates becomes love and light. Some become the adversary of that. It's a crapshoot. It's a roll of the dice, man. You roll when you have a child. You roll the dice. It's a roll of the dice. There's no guarantee that you're going to birth somebody who's going to be the same as you. You try, but their destiny is going to push that out. Jasmina says, heart has a brain. I've never heard that before. Do you have anything that we can read about? I've never heard of that before. All I know is the brain, the heart connects to the brain, and the brain is what gives you the ideas. So when you say, I fall in love, it's the brain that tells you that. This is the master receiving station right here. The heart connects to that. So to me, all is mind. So if you say, I feel like I'm in love with you, that's you. The brain is the determining factor on that, not the heart. But unless you have something else, I've never heard of that before. I mean, it doesn't matter anyway, right? Because if this is in line with this, you're good. What do you love? You're going to have the idea right here. So this will be attached to this. So it's really a moot point. It's irrelevant. The idea of what you fall in love with is going to come from the brain. But that's the science that I've studied. Bernie's saying vampires have been here. Absolutely, man. Vampires are absolute. I totally agree with you on that. Syncubi says Jehovah, Yahweh, Saturn, Enlil. I'm not convinced that Jehovah or Yahweh is Saturn. I'm not convinced on that. As a matter of fact, when I broke down Yahweh, it led to Zeus. Alchemically, it led to Zeus. Again, Yahweh, the numerology leads to Mars. So you would think if Yahweh and Yahweh's inheritance was the land of Israel, Israel's got the Iron Dome, that's Mars. Israel loves to go to war, that's Mars. You notice that Israel is constantly at war all the time? That's Mars energy. The shofar, the ram's horn, that's Mars energy. The blood, the sprinkling of the lamb's blood over the door, or over the door, that's blood, that's Mars energy. So Yahweh has more Mars energy than any other planet. I'm not convinced it's Saturn energy at all. I think it definitely can be a component of it, but I'm not convinced that it's Kronos. So I'm going through your comments. Oh, Rob Zombie has a new album called The Great Satan. I look at Satan completely different now. I'm not afraid to say it. Because the word originates from Judaism, from the book of Job, which is one of the oldest books. the main origination of it. I mean, you have it in other texts as well, but Satan is a Hebrew word, which it means adversary, against. He works for the Yod. You know, it's fascinating because Satan is 44 in Hebrew numerology. The 44th gate in human design sits in the sign of Scorpio, and Scorpio is ruled by Mars and Pluto. And the Yod is 26, and iron is the element 26, and that's Mars. It's mind-blowing. And gate 26 in human design is connected to gate 44. It's a connecting channel. Did you know that? In human design, gate 26, which sits in the sign of Sagittarius, is connected to gate 44. So Sagittarius 26 connects to gate 44, Scorpio. Sign 9 and sign 8. And Satan is 44. And Yod-Heh-Vah is 26. Yeah, well, the human design says the agent that works for the Yod is connected right through it with those connecting channels. If you go, we covered this in, if you watch the scripted reality 34, the Star Wars one, you would see how Darth Vader was connected to the Yod. So, let me just show you real quick. So we have Satan here, right? There's Satan right there. There's Satan, 44. Satan. It starts with sin, shalom, and it ends with Nun, right? Nun is the serpent. This is the possession. This is the capstone of the word. 14 is Nun. Nun is the actual parent of Joshua, by the way. Joshua, in the book of Joshua in the Bible, who everybody swears up and down is Jesus, well, Joshua was born as the son of Nun, and this is the letter Nun in the word Satan, the capstone. Anyway, 43 is Nahas and 43 is the 14th prime number. Anyway, then you get the Yod. You get the Yod, and you get the numerology of the Yod, which is going to be 26. 26 and 44. And then you go to the human design system, and there's gate 26 and 44. This connecting channel. And it's so funny, right? Because the Yod in the human design gets the egoist. The ego, the desire. And 44 is the reflection of that. 44 is the adversary of the 26. This sits in the heart center, the heart's desire, the ego, and the 44 sits in the spleen. This is your Yahweh and Satan right here. And they form a connecting channel in the human design. And I wonder if Ra, who created the system, I wonder if he knew that. I wonder if he knew the numerology of the God of the Bible and Satan, the adversary, is 44 and 26, and that is the reason why he made these as connecting channels. I doubt it. I'd bet my life on it that he didn't do that. But of course, he was being used. We talked about this in Scripted Reality 34. See, the spleen is responsible for awareness. Have you considered my servant Job? Gate 26, the heart center. Willpower, ego, materialism, the values of what you want. That's God, man. That's you. 26, the element 26 is iron. Iron, the iron dome. And 44 is ruthenium. It's funny because this has a weight of 101, and that's the room number that Keanu Charles Reeves was in The Matrix. Room number 101 in the underworld. 44 is the underworld. I'm telling you, man, this is how scripted, it can't get any more scripted than that. That the human design literally has Yahweh and Satan character connected. Satan is a worker of God. That's my final answer. Then the New Testament completely takes it into a different context. And, again, this is why Jesus was tempted by the devil, because it's an adversary. And what he does is Jesus goes and fasts for 40 days and 40 nights. Well, have you ever fasted? You get hungry. So what better time to tempt somebody with the pizza when you haven't eaten for 2 weeks? You're at your weakest when you're in your ego. The devil's your heart, man. Like, just bow down to me and I'll give you everything. That's the ego. The testing of the ego, the testing of your will, which is all scripted anyway. Dr. Ward, could we say that Satan is in the process of running unconscious script code? Archetypal biograms. I'm ignorant in that area. I don't know. Maybe. When you ask the question, you seem like you're knowledgeable in it. What have you found? Tendency for escapism asks, do you think polyester clothing disrupts human energies? Well, I wear a lot of it. I wear gym clothes all the time. And they're synthetic. In the climate that I live in, I don't like wearing cotton because the sweat sticks to it and it just becomes wet and it's nasty. I don't know. I feel like I'm at an all-time high, personally for myself. The downloads I'm getting, the placement that I'm at, where I'm at in my life, the non-attachment. So certainly, is it affecting me? Well, I wouldn't know it. Does it have that much of an impact? Does it disrupt I don't know. That would come down to a personal decision. Yeah, well, linen is very stiff. I just do whatever, man. I just do me. I do the best I can. Bernie's asking about adrenochrome. There's actually a molar mass for that. I was looking, actually you mentioned that. Let me see if I can, let's take you on that journey. I was looking at this. There's a molar mass for it. There it is, 179. This is absolutely mind-blowing that it's 179. Because 179 is the 41st prime number. Now, this is the thing. I'm not saying this is final answer stuff. But this organization sits at 41 degrees north. (179), 9 carbons, 9 hydrogens, 1 nitrogen, 3 oxygens. 179 is the 41st prime number. And keep in mind that The word Elohim in Hebrew, you know what the numerology is going to be, right? 41. Let us make man in our image. It's kind of fascinating because that scripture is Genesis 1 verses 26. Right? Let us make man in our image. 1 verses 26. Well, when you go to the periodic table, what is the first element? Hydrogen. What's the 26th? Iron. And what's in our blood? Iron. Well, what is adrenochrome supposed to be in? I mean, this is a synthesized, but that's the clue, because that 179 is the 41st prime number. This kind of taught, really, what I would look at it as is that this we're that. Why do you think the blood in Jesus and all that crap? Drink my blood. You don't think you have some of this floating around in you? I mean, this gets excited when you get stressed out or you get frightened and fear. And I would imagine all of us have some of that. But, I mean, does this tie into drinking the blood and the vampirism and the rituals that the church wants you to do that have put down in a book that you can't verify? You just take their word for it. Well, now you know what the molar mass is, and the 179 is tied to the 41, and 41 is tied to the 179, and 41 is tied to the Elohim. And the Elohim is 126, and the 26 is tied to iron. See how easy that is? It's pretty easy. I know there's something to that. I when I was in Mazatlan last week, that's when I found the adrenochrome, and I was like, maybe I need to do a decode on this. I don't know, man. When I put out, my numbers have been the lowest ever on YouTube. For me, the analytics. Ever since I did all the blood of Jesus and the prison of Jesus, man, my numbers, they went down. I think it's kind of funny, actually. Pamela says, I'm convinced that we can rise above the synthetic clothes. Yeah, just go naked. That's the best way to do it. All right, going through your chats here. They ghosted your channel. Maybe, I don't know. I just think I pissed a lot of people off. My numbers are way down. Like something happened. I don't know. Triptonic, do you like GG33 content? I don't watch his stuff. It's too limited for me. He's like numerology and Chinese astrology. That's so limiting. Like it's too limiting for me. And I don't see the numbers the same way he does. Sam Doka, do you agree Satan is the name for the temptation? Satan is the origination of Satan from the etymology comes from a Hebrew background, and it means adversary, accuser, prosecutor. What is the adversary of God? The ego. Your desires. Let me show you in the tarot to how amazing this. The tarot does the best job. Let me show you. Let me just show you this. Start with numerology. So we're going to use multiple layers here instead of just using one. So we're going to go to numerology. We're going to type in spirit. A lot of people like to say this. The Spirit of God. You can do soul, like your soul. And then you have your ego, right? So you have your ego and your soul, or your spirit, the Spirit of God. That's 34. And what's interesting about 34 is the word tree in Hebrew, as in tree of life, is 34. The tree of life is the tree of knowledge. It's the ego and the spirit. Well, it's 19 and 15. What's the 19th card in the tarot to represent spirit or soul? The sun. And you remember what ego was? 15. What's the 15th card in the major arcana? The devil. It's what's got you chained to the block. This is where you're going to get blockchain from. Blockchain. It's right there on the devil card. Chained to the block. See it? So this is God and the adversary. The sun devil. So fascinating too, because the sun rules what house? 5. And the devil is 44. Satan is 44. And the 44th card in the cards of illumination is the 5 of spades. This. Oh, yeah, again, you just follow. Satan is 44. The 44th card in the cards is the 5 of spades. And the house of Leo is the house number 5. And what rules Leo is the sun. And then you have the sun devil. This is your spirit and your ego right here. The adversary. The sun, this is the sun becoming. Lights, camera, action. This is you playing out your movie. You being the actor or actress in your movie. What do you want? What do you desire? That's your devil. You want things. You're not satisfied with this. You're not. I want more. I need a better job. I need a bigger house. I need to have another kid. I need to buy a puppy. I'm not satisfied with the 10 watches I have. I need a number 11. That's all. What chains you to the block is your complexity in life. That's it. That's how beautiful the tarot is, man. Spirit and ego right there. Devil and sun. Sun devil. The opposite of the sun is the moon. Sun is the giver, moon is the taker. Moon is the reflector, the sun is the giver of that light. And then you get Venus in there with the sun, and then you get Mercury in there with the moon. Yeah, Avatar is 15. Great catch. Even in the tarot, I'll show you what the devil looks like when it comes to being a human being. There it is. So the 15th card again, we just simply connect. Here's the devil. Card 15. It's got a big fat 2 on it, right? 2 is duality. See the yin yang right there? The clubs? Well, what does this convert to? The 2 of wands. This is the futurist. It's tied to the devil. The futurist is, I want this. This person is standing at the precipice and it's holding on. You see its left hand's holding on to the wand to the left. That's the sun. It's holding on to the sun on its left-hand side. Well, in this case, it would be the left-hand path, excuse me. It would be the path of sin. It's holding on it with its left hand. That's the left-hand path. That's the so below path. It's on earth, and it has the world in the palm of its hands, and it's saying, I'm going to go do this because I'm holding the world in the palm of my hands. And the left-hand path is the path of sin. That's why the devil, when you look at the devil card, you see the left-hand path holding the fire torch. The right-hand path is the path of good. That's why it says, do the right thing. That's the right hand. Just do the right thing, would you? The right-hand path is the path of good. Shalom. The left-hand path is the path of sin. Same letter. Sin and shalom is shin in Hebrew, the 21st letter. And 21 is tied to the word love in in Chaldean. And it's the world card in the tarot. That's why the letter shin is either shalom, sha, or sin, sinister. I'm going to sin. Where you have shalom, sin, snake, serpent. See how it all has serpent, the path of sin. The opposite is shalom, peace and good. That's why the devil's got both, and you have both here on earth. I know people, they can't comprehend this stuff, man. It's not that difficult. This is the devil in human form. This is you launching your plans. This is the birth card of Elon Musk. I have nothing bad to say about the guy. He's doing his job. I don't care. I already know what his role is. I can see his role from a mile away. He's here to usher in the Neuralink. And transhumanism, and be a part of that. That's what his role was. Why are you getting upset and mad at the guy for it? It's just what he's doing. So then you have these cards. We'll convert them again, right? So we know soul or spirit is 19 and ego is 15. So in the tarot, there it is. There's the spirit and there is the ego. Those are the two in the major arcana, card 19 and card 15. And if we take it into the cards of illumination, the cosmic cards, we have the two of clubs. Whoops. We have the 6 of clubs, which is card 19, and the 2 of clubs, which is card 15. On the left is the spirit. On the right is the ego. How many days of creation? 6. Where's your third eye? 6. And you have together, what do you have? What two numbers you have there? 62. This is just synchronizing this, right? Spirit is 19, ego is 15. There's the 19th card and the 15th card. That's 62. Well, let's go take another little journey. We're going to go back. And we're going to get Isaiah 7 verses 14. The very first time Jesus comes on the scene. Right here. See, the Lord will give you a sign, and the woman shall become pregnant and bear a son, and his name will be called Emmanuel. So we do the numerology of that, right? There's Emmanuel. This is God with us. There's El. Emmanuel. And what is in Hebrew? 62. Huh. Well, the 62nd card in the tarot straight up is going to be the card for 2026. This is the card for 2026. The Knight of Swords. Which is revolution. 2026 is 226. 226 is Ra. It's the year of Ra. 2026 is going to be the year of Ra. This is the card for this year, 2025. This is the ending chapter. This is the beginning chapter. The Jack of Spades, the Knight of Swords. This is the Jesus card. This is the Emmanuel. I'm coming with a sword, Jesus says. Yeah, right there, Matthew 10:34. I'm coming with a sword. This is what he should have said. Listen, bitch, I'm not coming with peace, MF. I'm coming with a sword, man. I'm going to take you out. That's kind of how I would have thought he would be saying. Yeah. Riding the white horse. The horse of purity. Full battle gear. The Knight of Swords, 62, matching up with Emmanuel. Card for 2026. 62. Card 19, card 15. Spirit and ego. That's what it is. The theology is sun becoming. The sun into matter. Light slowed down into physical matter. And it makes Logan. It makes you. And now you're a little devil down here. You're trying to be a light worker. So people say, I'm a light worker. Do you work in the light? If I go stand in a pitch black room with you, I'm not going to see you. Where's your light worker now? You work in the light, yes, but you're dark. It's really easy when you connect all these things. Okay. Jay Bing says peace can also mean death. Yeah, absolutely. Rest in peace. That's what comes to my mind. Yeah, Arizona State is a Sunday. Isn't it interesting that they had Charlie Kirk's memorial at State Farm Stadium in Arizona? State Farm. The farm. Everybody was in the farm. What a stage event that was. Crypto Lalo, have I tried live streaming multiple websites? I have not. I think maybe you would have some latency issues. I don't know. I'm very ignorant in that area, but I would think you might have some latency issues. I don't know. What's your take on it? I mean, I broadcast in widescreen, and I think TikTok is not widescreen, so that may cut things down a little bit. Going through your comments here. Coincidence there says, where linen? I'll check it out. Yeah, I get the whole Saturn and the demiurge and all that. I get it because it's representing time, right? But I think that it's multifaceted. I think that there's a big push with the Yod being tied to Mars. I mean, the Iron Dome and Iron's the element of Mars, and Mars is the ram's horn, and Israel is blowing the ram's horn, and so there's a big push to that. But I agree. I mean, it could be there is obviously some Kronos energy in there for sure, but there's also Zeus energy in there. There's Venus energy in there. I mean, there's Mercury energy in there. It's really challenging to pinpoint it down. I would definitely say that. What's up, Lana? Tendency for escapism. Are grid worker and light worker the same? That's an interesting question. I don't really have an answer for that. I don't know. I mean, what is the definition of light worker? I see a lot of people that they get off on, you know, this is an interesting thing. And I'm going to cover, I'm going to break down the devil's advocate. I already have slides that I was working on my laptop here, that I was working on in Mazatlan. And it's absolutely mind-blowing that entrapment is connected to the serpent. What Al Pacino says in that movie, as I said earlier, he said, "My favorite sin is vanity." Which is why the woman dies in The Devil's Advocate, because Keanu Reeves just had to win. And why did he have to win? Because he wanted to be seen. He wanted his record perfect. So it got me thinking a lot about vanity and how all of us live through that. And this is all about, Werner Erhard, if you've done Landmark, life's about looking good. That's vanity. You want to look good about it. You don't want to admit when you're wrong. You're making excuses when you're late so you don't look bad. It was their fault. I was stuck in traffic. We do these simple little measures of vanity through that. Just like, I'm late because of this. How about just you're late? Okay, fine, I'm late. But we know to look good about it, we have to say, well, this happened and that happened and it was them and they and their fault, just so we can get out of it. So our vanity can go up. Our presence doesn't have any divots in it. And you see vanity everywhere now. All of these Instagrammers, and look at my images and it's this, and the selfies, and just like everybody's a model now. And it's amazing how that vanity, and Al Pacino's words in The Devil's Advocate, has so much merit to it. To glorify yourself in this world is a big deal. This is the thing about, if you think about this logically and with critical thinking, like most people, what they do with their channels, I'm not saying they're being vain, but they'll say, make sure you hit the likes and shares and make sure you subscribe to my channel. And why would you want me to do that? So you can grow, right? Now, obviously, the advantage of growing is you're going to collect more De Niro. You're going to make more money off the commercials. As you grow, you're going to be seen more. More people are going to talk about you. That's going to add to the vanity aspect. It may not be your first line of objectiveness, where I just want to be this vain person. It's got to be all about me, me, me. But you see it just hidden in the background everywhere. It's amazing. I mean, even the course that we came out with is called Spotlight, being in the spotlight. You can't help it. You, the watcher, the observer, this is your show. This is your movie. I'm just in it. I'm an extra in your movie. You decided to tune in here. I'm an extra in your movie. I don't pay your bills. I don't feel your emotions. But it's fascinating how vanity is, and I can see how big it is in our world today. It is, it's enhancements. People are afraid to get old. I went through this myself, man. The midlife crisis. I'm 52. I'm going to be 53 in February. I went through it all, man. My biggest bust was I used to be much bigger muscularly. I used to be probably 40 pounds bigger muscle. My face was more filled out. I looked healthier. And when you start to lose that's vanity. You start to get, are people going to like my new look? Are they? And it was like me losing the muscle was like a girl taking out her breast implants. That's what it felt like. Because I had to adjust to it. And that was the vanity, right? What are people going to think? Are they going to like me? Am I going to get the attention? So people, and I speak from experience, that people at the midlife crisis age, they start to try to chase the dragon, and the dragon, in this case, where an alcoholic chases the dragon of the buzz, they don't want to lose that buzz. You go to the bar, do you have a shot? You want another shot? Oh, that shot felt good, and it starts to dissipate. Oh, I gotta have it. I want to keep that buzz. You chase the dragon. People do that with their enhancements. And they go crazy. Some of these women I see, man, the lips, they got the Daffy Duck's lips. How do you even think that looks good? Whatever, man. This and the butter, the thing, they look like they can take off. They look like a freaking jumbo jet with their eyelashes. They can take off if they start fluttering really fast. I don't understand the logic behind that. Whatever. I just think it's comedy. This is the people, someone asked earlier, how do you get past the pain? I just look at, no offense, women, but the ladies that have the freaking eyelashes that are about a mile off their eyes, that to me is funny. I don't see how that's beauty. Anyway, and the nails that are about 10 inches long, I don't know. That's just the weird thing. It's weird. And we chase this. We chase not getting old. Why do we wear, even this, folks, I wanted to tell you this. This is interesting, right? Let me take this chain off. I haven't been wearing this. I wore it tonight on purpose because I wanted to tell you something. These are accessories, right? There we go. Can't get the damn thing off. So these are accessories. This is a chain I got when I was visiting my parents in South Carolina. It's just a silver chain. What happens when you wear a chain around your neck? What happens when you put a collar around your dog? Are you the owner of your dog? Would you say you're the owner of your dog or cat? Yeah. Who owns that dog? I do. It's my dog. Dog is God spelled backwards. You put a chain around their neck. Why do some people wear gold? Why do some people wear silver? What is silver? The moon. What's gold? The sun. So is it possible when you put a chain around your neck, you now become property of the sun or moon? Can we go that far? I think so. So I stopped wearing this. I like the accessories, but it's like every time you add an accessory, why do you have to wear bracelets and this and that? Why do you have to get all dolled up? And why do we do this? To look good. You do it to look good. I joke around. I say this. The world would change if you go to a nightclub and everybody's in sweatpants. And no one's got makeup on. Guys have bedhead. Women don't have their hair done. They're not wearing the lashes. If you walked into a nightclub like that, man, the world would be different. But you'll never see it. Because people go to nightclubs to look good. I know they go to dance and all that shit, but why are you going all dolled up and why are you getting all decked out to go dance? Because that's what people do? Or is it because you don't want to look bad? When people go on vacation, they normally go buy new outfits. Got to get the outfits, got to get the nails done, got to make sure my toenails are done. Why? Because you want to look good about it. You don't even think about it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. This is vanity, man. Vanity is not only just looking good, but trying to get some. And if it's not your physical aspect, it's going to be something else to look good about it. Again, I'm late because of this. It's not my fault. It's their fault. I find this stuff really fascinating. I really do. Vanity and I see why Al Pacino said that, and it's huge. It's one of the biggest things that people don't pay attention to. They want the likes, they want to get bigger, they want to grow, that's why we did in the penis beast. If you haven't watched that video, the decode, it's got Yes Man in it. Yes Man is Yeshua Man, and Yes Man is saying, Jim Carrey, say yes to everything, and what will happen to your life? It will get great, but it will be very complex. And you will attach yourself to so many other things in this reality that you'll have a hard time breaking away from. And you want to look good about things. People ask you, what is your mission statement? What do you do for a living? You want to tell them about it. Do you want to be the best in your field? Do you want to be at the top? Do you want to chase the joke, keeping up with the Joneses? This is all vanity, 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 vanity. Got to look good about it. Got to be the best at it. It's amazing how this is how human behavior works. All of us are included in this in some way, some shape, or some form. This whole chain thing got me thinking, and watches were never a thing for me. The chain was cool, but what is the point of wearing this? Why wear this? Why? Well, it's an accessory. People say it's just an accessory. I know, but what's the point of the accessory? So people can look at you and say, oh, wow, I like your chain. Oh, wow, I like your earrings. So someone can compliment you so you can feel better about yourself? I know a lot of you are going to say, well, I just do it because I like to do it. No, there's more to it than that, man. Go deeper. I'm not saying anything bad about it. It is what it is. But I just think it's funny in life, man. I think life, the comedy in life, on what we do to make ourselves look a certain way and how we're deathly afraid. A lot of people, they're so afraid to die. They're so afraid to get old. Lip enhancements and this and facelifts and augmentations of this and this implants and that implant. And it's just like, this is what our world is, man. Our egos are so afraid to look a certain way beyond what our expectations are of what the ego was, what it can be, what it will be. So when I think of entrapment now, I think of it that way. I think that entrapment is the ego. And it's the sun becoming. The sun looks down at earth and says, however this looks, I'm just using an analogy. The sun says, oh my God, I shine every day down on that earth and I don't complain about anything. I just do it. And I've watched this place for so long, day in and day out. I've gone around and around and around and around. I've seen everything. I think I want to go play. I'm tired of watching. So it finds a way to incarnate. When it gets down here, it's like, whoa, this is different. Now it wants to have fun. That's where you get the devil from. Because you're no longer white. Every idea, that's why knowledge is a curse, Every idea, every situation, every experience is a blot on that white piece of paper that you once were. Every relationship, every argument, every joy, every experience is a blot on the paper. That's why when you write on a piece of paper, like these notes that I have right here, you can see the white piece of paper, but all the stuff written on it. The black is the devil. It's as simple as that. The adversary is the notes that I wrote down on the white piece of paper. And the piece of paper, if it could talk to you, be like, please don't bring that pen to me. Please. I don't want you to break my virginity. Please don't write on me. If the paper could talk, right, and it was a virgin, please don't write on me. And you're like, dude, you're a piece of paper, man. I'm writing on your ass. And then you write on it, and when you write on the piece of paper and you write on the piece of paper gets used to getting written on. Well, it's like, oh, that wasn't so bad. You can write on me some more, and you write on it some more, and you write on it some more, and now it becomes, you can see it's just all these notes. I'm running out of room. That's life. This is like a senior citizen piece of paper. It's getting ready to die because I can't write any more notes on here. I've almost filled it up. Well, again, the black is the devil. Your ego. The ego is the words written on the piece of paper. The piece of paper didn't need anything written on it. That's the spirit. Spirit doesn't need anything, but now it wants to become a player. It wants to write things down, experiences. Some of you keep journals about your experiences. That's your little devil. Why? For what reason? One day you're going to die, and you can't take anything with you. So why are you collecting all these things? Why do you have to have 1 million pairs of jeans in your closet? Why do we do these things? Because life's about looking good. You're not satisfied. You're chasing the dragon. That's what we do. We chase the dragon of life. The dragon of life is, I'm not satisfied with the car I drive. I'm not satisfied with the phone I have. I'm not satisfied with, with the deck of cards that I have. I'm not satisfied with the way I look. I got to get my hair done. I'm not satisfied with my face. I'm going to get a facelift. I'm not satisfied with the wrinkles. I'm going to get Botox. I used to look better 10 years ago, so I'm going to try to get that now, 10 years later. That's vanity, 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 vanity. Subscribe, like my channel. Make sure you come here. Make sure you do that. You're always constantly marketing yourself to the world. And we all do it. It's unavoidable. It's just amazing how this world is set up, man. So when you hear me say, be the best little devil you can be, that's my long answer of what it really means, the definition of it. It's your ego. And the sun's opposition is the ego. If you want to know what the devil is, it's your ego. It's your desire. Lena says, copper is powerful to wear and help with arthritis. Absolutely. For sure. And if you got any activity in the 29th gate of human design, that's an even stronger reason to get copper. And if you have a strong Venus placement, that's another reason to get copper. If you have a lot of energy in Taurus, it's another reason to have copper. Mojave Gee asks, this is a really good, important question. He asks, how can we achieve neutrality in a dualistic world? Let me explain this, because people are not interpreting what I mean by neutrality. When I say neutrality, ladies and gentlemen, it means, first and foremost, number one, you don't judge. And the majority of people judge. What I mean by judging is labeling. I mean, it's different to say that's bad and that's good, to keep it that simple. But if you have emotions to it, that's not neutrality. Like the whole incident with Charlie Kirk, I don't care. I have no emotion. You're not going to pull on my heartstrings. Neutrality. I'm not going to get emotionally involved and sucked into that vacuum of the heartstring pull. I already know what that whole thing was about. That's a layer of neutrality. But neutrality is, I'm not judging it. I can see it for what it is. I know why it happened. I may not have every fact. I may not have every line of reasoning of why it happened, but I have a general idea of why it happened. But I don't judge it. I'm neutral to it. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. It's a movie that I don't even want to partake in. Religion, I decode it all day long, but I don't partake in it. Neutrality. I know that the reason why the church is in bed with the government, which is in bed with the state, is because it's a mechanism, it's a machine designed to take control over people. So if you don't want to have control over yourself, you observe without judgment. You respect the machine. Neutrality doesn't mean you just do nothing. The first thing is not to judge people for their opinions, for their ways of thinking, for their choices in life that are not even their choices. If someone's a Christian, you love that person just like you would love somebody who's not a Christian. It's a tall order to tell people to do, because a lot of people don't do that. They treat people differently when they say, I'm this or I'm that. That's what people do. They treat you differently. That's not neutrality. Neutrality is unconditional. And that's a tall order to ask of you. Unconditional love is what this reality works in. It doesn't play favorites. I told you that the Bible is a book about duality. And the resurrection and the reincarnation aspect is about either working for the sun or working for the moon. That's just really what it comes down to. But realizing the operating system of this reality of hot and cold is not, you don't judge it. You just don't want to, I'm not taking a side. Yes, you will probably lean more towards service to others, which is the hot side, right? Love, compassion. Everybody love everybody. You'll play out that role more, the majority of you. But a lot of you judge. And you become a nonconformist to the neutrality aspect. Once you stop judging, once you start looking at people and looking at them like, because again, this is how I got saved, is realizing that we live in predestination. Well, when you realize that you got saved from thinking you had choices, you then start to look at everybody with a different set of lenses. Now you can look towards not judging people. Or you can look at somebody and treat them the same way you would treat somebody that you do conform with. Doesn't mean you have to go hang out with that person. But that's what neutrality truly means. is to be an observer but not be a judger of it. Realizing that the yin-yang principle is the game. It's the machine. When you get really good at this and you realize, again, you don't have a choice, well then why would you judge? Because you don't have the choices, so why would you judge their illusion of choice? Oh my God, you made the worst decision. No, they didn't make any decision. They just moved into that position because they were ordered to do it. And they told you, I made that choice. No, you didn't. The thought entered your mind and you acted upon that thought, but the thought wasn't yours to begin with. But I'm not going to judge you for it. So if somebody wants to be religious, fine. I'm not going to judge you for it. I can see why you would be that. That's the code you got, man. So is it challenging to do all these things? One of the hardest things to do, because we're programmed to judge. And we all do it. Even though I'm telling you that, you think I'm escaped non-judging things? No. Still work on it. I catch myself. And I realize, what am I doing? It's when you catch yourself. That's when you level up. When you consciously catch yourself doing these things. That's when you level up. Because now you're not just doing it out of habit. You're doing it out of consciousness. Not subconscious, consciousness. It's a big difference. Tied up. Do you feel like the wise men at Matthew 2:2 were astrology? Yeah, they were following. They were astronomy anyway. They were following the stars. I mean, the star of Bethlehem to me is Venus. Wolfgang Waters said something great. Sad but true. We're all here trying to look good while secretly judging other people. That's kind of how it is, man. I don't think it's sad, but I don't think it's sad. I just think it just is. I would encourage all of you to take it a step further. Get rid of the adjectives in your life. Try to not label things as good or bad. Start to look at things as just is. It just is. So to label it that way. Everything just is. I don't need to define it as good or bad. And again, we're in the age now of things. There are masks that people can put on that look, you wouldn't even tell the difference. We're in the age of holographic images. Folks, there's going to be, I would imagine that's what the Bible says, where it will deceive people. Even the elect, it says. I would imagine it's because of that. People wear masks, and they're already doing it, and holographic images are coming into play, and that's what's going to fool people. And it's becoming better and better and better and better every day with the technology. I mean, I'm seeing all these funny videos, man. I found this really funny one of Bob Ross, the painter, and he starts swearing. It was the funniest thing. And I know that's not really Bob Ross, but somebody made it out to be Bob Ross, and it was hilarious. See, you can't even tell it's not Bob Ross because it looks like Bob Ross. The trained eye can't even tell. I'm telling you, that's what it really means. People are going to be fooled. They are fooled because you don't know if it's real or not. You don't know if it was set up or staged. That's why these events that happen, the Charlie Kirk thing, I can't tell you with absolute certainty whether or not a man was killed on that day. But I can tell you with authority it was staged. I do know that. That's my final answer. But see, it doesn't go beyond that. I don't care. It's not going to get my energy. I'm not going to get emotionally involved. I'm not going to sit there and cry when somebody's trying to pull on your heartstrings. No. That's your movie. You're trying to get your likes and subscriptions. You're trying to get they got 45,000 people that went to the State Farm Stadium, whatever, in Arizona, or maybe more than that. They got all those people to give you the energy. You got all those people's energy. You got all those people's attention. All that whole memorial was a marketing ploy beyond what it was designed for. That's all it is. It's all our entire world is marketing. That's it. Buy my product. Like my video. Hit the like button. Hit the bell notification so you don't miss a video. Share this with somebody. Marketing, 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 marketing. Why? So you can get bigger. So you can make more money. So you can have more control, more power. If you're trying to get out of this reality, why are you collecting all this shit? Why are you watching all these events? I know it's entertainment. I get it. I mean, I watch movies. I watch shows because at least I know it's been recorded. Even the ones that say based on a true story, I know that there's a writer and a director. At least you know that. But these other events that happen, people, oh, it really happened. What do you mean? But the neutrality, ladies and gentlemen, is not giving it your energy, man, not judging it, not labeling it. And if you can't do that, don't watch it. Put yourself in a box. Live in a bubble. For me, if you see me decoding anything mainstream, it's because somebody probably sent it to me. I don't watch the news. I rarely ever go on to websites to see what's going on. I follow the instinct sometimes, but I live in this bubble. I'm too busy trying to service the world and help people and help them show that my job is to show you the operating system. Whatever you want to do with that, however you want to play it out, that's it. And this channel's not for everybody. It's not cookie cutter. I've already told you that. I'm not the savior. I'm not the be all end all. I'm not the final answer in your life. I'm just me. That's it. I'm just here to tell you some things and share some things with you. Tied Up's asking, why is astrology so demonized in Christianity? Because astrology was a threat to the church. See, Pisces was an age of faith and belief. What's more powerful, knowing or believing? Well, I already know knowing is more powerful. What's more powerful, faith or knowing? Knowing. A lot of people have faith and it doesn't happen. Their prayers don't get answered. And they have a ton of faith. What does that tell you? So to me, the reason why astrology was demonized was because it wasn't the proper age to have it as the center point. The church wanted to be the boss of faith and surrender and just believe. Just believe. Even though you can't see it, just believe. Just have faith it's going to happen. And don't do that voodoo shit. Don't do that astrology. Don't look at the cards. Don't do your birthdays. That's all voodoo. That's off limits. And it's complete hypocrisy because that's what they use. I already know it. Not all of them. Some of them can't help themselves. So that's the short answer of why I feel the church. This is my opinion, right? That's my opinion. Christy says astrology was ahead of its time. You could maybe say that. I just think everything's in divine timing, right? Why is astrology and numerology and human design and Enneagram and personality types and the cards and these cards are a French These are from France. These came out supposedly in the 14th century. Well, that's during the Piscean Age. These. That's why don't do divination. Divination was off limits. You gotta do other things. But again, I just there's a lot of hypocrisy in our world today. In the world 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Yeah, I mean, there's, you have the Mazzaroth, the word Mazzaroth in the book of Job, which is, and you have Job says, hey, I think it alludes to the little bear, talking about Ursa Minor or Ursa Major, the Mazzaroth in Job. That's the zodiac or constellations, the translation of that. Who can move those? It comes down, see, I'm about proof. What can you prove? What can you give me for support? I'm the doubting Thomas. I'm not the faith guy. I've seen enough people that put their faith in things and it doesn't happen. So you can easily discredit it. Now, I know there's plenty of people that do this and do that and like, oh my God, I'm a believer because this happened. Well, I know plenty of people that are not believers and it happened. So there are others. I mean, Luke 22 verses 10, Jesus saying, follow me into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. That's Aquarius. So the guy telling you, and then what is the Passover? Passing over from one age to the next. The Passover. When you reduce it down, it's from winter time to springtime. The resurrection. What happens during the winter time? Things die. What happens during the springtime? Things come back to life. Resurrection. Easter. The sun during Easter is in the sign of Pisces. Every single time. Pisces is Jesus, the fisher of men. That's why the church has the mitre hats. That's why we're in maritime law. And you have a live birth certificate. And why you have the banks that hold the money, which is currency. Currency. So there's plenty of scriptures that reference astrology. And Jesus made it clear that he was not part of the age of Pisces. Like, I came here. What he said was, listen, I'm here. I'm here during the age of Pisces, but my kingdom's not part of this age. He made it clear. Well, what does that mean when you take it into Luke 22 verses 10 during the Passover before he's ready to die? He knows he's going to die. So he tells his apostles, follow me into the house with a man, because they say, where should we look for you? Lord, tell us where can we find you? Well, when you see the guy holding the pitcher of water, follow him into that house, the house of astrology. Follow him into the city. The city is the house. The house is of astrology. That's where you'll find me. Yeah, because you're getting ready to die during the age of Pisces. Jesus being a fisher of men. And he tells them, my kingdom's not part of this world. Why would he tell them that? Because he's telling them that my kingdom's going to be the age of Aquarius. Why would Jesus' kingdom be the age of Aquarius? Because Aquarius is opposite of Leo, the sun. Christos. That's why. And the jacks, the knights in the tarot, they all sit in the sign of Aquarius. And you do have this reference being tied to Uranus. Uranus being the ruler of Aquarius. Which is heaven. See, Jesus sits, when you look at, and I have this coming out in the baptism decode, it'll be on the Patreon, right? When you look at the baptism in the card charts, when Jesus got baptized and the dove flew down from heaven and the light came upon him, that's all Zeus and Poseidon. That's what that is. Well, the Uranus energy is in there. It's going to be Zeus, Saturn, Uranus, and Poseidon. Poseidon is the baptism, folks. Poseidon may just be the devil. I mean, he's got the pitchfork. He's got the trident. Runs the waters. This is maybe why the flood happened. I don't know. Part of Poseidon's energy. Tony's asking, does tarot come from Italy? My understanding is tarot came from China and Persia, I think, and Egypt. So the cards looked way different, like the Rider-Waite deck and the deck that we use here, this deck. It didn't look like this. I think the Rider-Waite deck came out in 1902 or something. But the origination of it is tied to Persia and Egypt and China. So it looked way different. France, like I said, France is what made the four suits the way they are today. The clubs, the spades, diamonds, and hearts. The hearts used to be green. There used to be ivy and... So the French are the ones that invented the typical deck we use now, which are the four seasons. I haven't heard anything about Italy though. I haven't really read anything about Italy. That doesn't kind of ring a bell. Nothing Italian about the tarot. Yeah, it's China and Egypt and Persia. Nothing to do with Italy. The cards are French. The card decks that we have today. The Ascending Ancient asks, what is this important hearing about Saturn entering a new benevolent age? This is the first I'm hearing of it. And I don't think that it would even be close to being accurate because, again, Kronos is the co-ruler of Aquarius, but to me, Kronos doesn't make any sense until maybe 3/4 of the way into Aquarius. You're talking, maybe 1,500, 1,700 years into Aquarius, if you're going to line it up with the astrological aspects in the sky. Like the arm of Aquarius extends over Capricorn. Aquarius is Uranus, man. You're talking about an electrical age. It fits the bill, Aquarius. Aquarius, even though it sits in the seas, it's an air sign. Knowledge. Ruled by Uranus. Uranus is the OG in the Greek mythology. Heaven. Remember, across the way is Leo, forming a symbiotic relationship with Uranus. And Leo's ruled by the sun, which is where the devil is. The roaring lion. So this could be the aspect of transhumanism that literally spells out through the age of Aquarius and the opposition of Leo. And you could easily throw in here that you would have perhaps the new Earth, you would ascend to Leo. I know this is very far out there and this is very theoretical. So let me show you what I'm talking about, that you could see it in the chart, because it's going to be much easier to describe it for you. So you have Leo right here. And across the way is Aquarius. Now, Leo is ruled by the sun. Aquarius is ruled by Uranus and the co-ruler of Kronos. These are the opposites. Well, in Revelation, if you take into consideration theology, it says that the sun and moon will not give off any of their own light. There will be no need for the sun and the moon, for the light of the world will be God and the Lamb. But you got to know what the hell that is. Well, you see, Aquarius, if it's going to become a world of machine, then what do machines operate through? Their own light. And if we're in the Kali Yuga stage, which would be here, the Kali Yuga being here, well, then you're talking about being cut off from source. And there is a lot of layers to this being the organization of Atlantis. The Atlanteans in the Golden Age perhaps were right here, the closest to source. That's why they had this all advanced technology. And when you descend down and you go backwards and you go down into the ages here, you move away from source. Is this the source? I mean, Leo has Regulus, the regulator, and it's ruled by the sun. And the opposite is Aquarius. And Aquarius, again, is we're seeing transhumanism come into play. Robots are coming into play. Bionic men are coming into play. The demigod is here, the computer, the WWW. This is all opposite from if this is the source and the Atlanteans, the Golden Age. You could have this symbiotic relationship, and it could be that if you make the cut and you move to, and this is the law of one material, where you move to a higher density, you may just move right to the Golden Age. You just might shuffle right here to this age, and the people that have to live out their lives through the transhumanism, they're going to have to move through this position of Aquarius the entire time. And they're going to have to go through the natural cycles, because you're going to get through the Kali Yugas. You're going to have the Yugas here, the Kali Yuga here, and then you're going to move back to the bronze, back to the silver, and then back to the gold. But maybe there are some people that will transcend that and they'll just go right to the gold because that's how they were designated to have happen. Again, there's no losing hand, right? In the law of one material, you either graduate or you don't. Well, maybe when you don't graduate, you have to repeat, you stay here and you stay on this cycle. If you graduate, maybe you go right back to source. It's possible. The sun, the ruler here, being the light of the world. That's maybe what it's talking about. And again, this is theoretical. This is just kind of ideas. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying it's something to think about. Samantha says the tarot definitely came from Italy. I would love to see your support, because to me it did not. Absolutely not even close. If you do your research on the tarot, go ask ChatGPT. I'm not saying it has the final answer, but when you do your research, the tarot, where it came from, is China and Egypt. Italy's not even on the placement of any of this. I don't know where you're getting your information from. And again, prove me wrong. You can Google it all you want. Go do the historicity of it. Italy is not even on my radar. The tarot came from China and Egypt, the historicity of it. But hey, if that's what you want to believe. Yeah, it says modern tarot decks first appeared in 15th century Italy. They first appeared. This is what Google's telling you. They first appeared, I think it's Persia. This is the challenge that you'll have with Google. This is the challenge that you'll have. See, when you go and read some of these other websites, it says that they were invented in Persia and they spread to places like China and Korea and then to Western Europe. But historians can't be sure. I had it pegged at China and Persia and Egypt. I've read enough on these websites. I've done it my own on books and historians and the cards. I don't have anything related to Italy. Italy, Europe. They landed in Europe, yes, but they didn't originate from Europe. And I have Googled it, so that was Google. I mean, if you could show me a tarot card from Italy, I'd be more inclined to say, yeah, I see what you... Let me see if I can look this up. Tarot. You have the Tarocco Siciliano. You have that. Traditional Latin suited tarot decks. 19th and 20th centuries. So there is some merit to the Italian stuff here, but these seem to be passed down. So it said it originated in Italy during the 17th century. Spanish influence, Arab influence. It's got 63 cards instead of 78. And it was for a card game. Now, I know about this deck, but I don't have the origination being Italy. Yeah, see, the earliest known playing cards came from China during the Tang Dynasty. That's what I have linked to. They were the leaf games. And then they reached Persia and Egypt. So you have the Maluk deck. That's what it is. This is what I would suggest you look at right here. Let me just get this for you. These right here are older than the Italian ones. From what I've researched, they were very different. But these kind of got spin off into the tarot. Yeah. So, but it's going to come down to just like, what do you adopt as your truth? You know, these are Egyptian. I mean, I got Persia and China in here as well. So, I haven't looked at the original. I haven't broken down the Illuminati cards, no. All right, let's wrap this one up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about petered out here. I got to eat some food. Let's pull a couple tarot cards and wrap this up. Thanks everybody for being here tonight. or on the recorded version. I appreciate each and every one of you for supporting this this research, for just listening in. If you got something out of this, great. Maybe I pissed you off. That's okay too. We can't agree on everything, folks. I don't have, even with Samantha saying the cards are from Italy, maybe they are. There's no way to tell. We read, we Google, we use AI, we research, we read other people's texts and all that stuff. I mean, I think what matters most is that we use the tarot, we fancy the tarot. You know, I mean, I use a deck, the Rider-Waite deck. I know it's from the early 1900s. I do know that. That's documented. And I do know that these playing cards are, France invented the diamonds, clubs, hearts, and spades. I do know that. Can I prove it? No. It's in the history. It's in the history books. Can't really prove it. It's a general consensus. So, if these cards originated from Italy and Google is right, I stand corrected. To me, it doesn't matter, really. What matters is the deck that we use now and what we're doing right now. I think that's what the most important thing is. That's all good, Samantha. I get it. Just keep doing you. Hang on one sec. I dropped. I dropped the devil card on the floor. Well, it was the Two of Wands. All right. So let's pull some cards. See what the message is for this. What's your crush you want to wait? By the way, right above me, I have the website for the course, just in case if you're interested. Here's some marketing for you, right? Like, it's just so funny. But it's you got to type in www. You can't just type in Spotlight, spelled LITE, .life. It may not pull up because it's not like a .com. So just know that. So if you're interested in decoding yourself, and then you can take that and decode your pets, decode your children, decode your partner, or some of you partners. Some of you out there are juggling multiple partners. That's got to be a lot of stress, man. Trying to hide one partner from the next. Whew. All right. So here we go. We're going to pull 3 cards and maybe a confirmation card at the end. Let's see what the general overall energy is here. What's the most important thing to focus on in life right now? This will be collective. Maybe this card will fit into this is the value of knowing your cards. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, they're all going to be in the tarot. And if you know what your cards are, you'd find those in the course. Maybe this message will be a little bit more special for you. Again, if you're somebody who watches a tarot reader, if you're somebody who does pick a cards and they do the Rider-Waite, if they pull your card, if they pull your Venus card and you don't know it, it's not going to have as much value as if you know it. I'm here to tell you to fine-tune it's fine-tuning your life. That's where it's at. Fine-tune, getting more in tune with your reality. That's to me where it's at. Okay, first card for this, What's Your Question 108. Remember, 108 is tied to the rosaries. I mean, not the rosaries, but the beads in Hinduism. And it's also tied to the word cross in Greek numerology. As fate would have it. Okay. Oh my God, just noticed something. Today's October 11th. On the Gregorian calendar, that's 8/11, and the 8/11 is the mirror of the 118, and we know that the Christos in prison is 118. And I just released my scripted Reality 35, which was on the prison, the Hotel California. Oh my God, I didn't even know that consciously. Okay, anyway, here's the first card. Most important thing to focus on in life right now is, what is that? 3 of diamonds. Card 67, tied to the Yahweh Elohim, 67, the architect. This is the card of Hotel California. Hotel California came out on the 22nd of February. The 3 of diamonds, which is this card right here. I mean, as fate would have it, right? I just released that decode last night. Actually, it was this morning, early this morning. It was today. And the first card I pull is the architect. This is the apprentice, the 3 of diamonds, the builder of materialism, the expander of materialism. This is card number 67 in the cards of illumination, card number 29. Maybe those numbers are significant for you. 29, 67. Next card. That's so crazy, man. I love it. What is that one? Sneak it up there. 2 of diamonds, 2 of pentacles, card 66. We have succession now. Card 66, card 67. Multitasking, juggling the expansion of your duality. Let's see what the final card is. The card number 3 is wow, today's card, the Knight of Swords. This sits in the house of Aquarius. This is the Jack of Clubs, the card for today. We're here in Mexico, it's 11:54. We have a fiery Jack. This is like the smart Jack, man. So we have 34, 66, and 67. Let me see who this is. It's holy schmoly. Just a reminder for myself, 167. I'm going to show you what the overall message is here, numerically. So I'm going to leave them up here. Some of you like to read cards, but here's the message. The apprentice on the left. Actually, let me get these in order. To your left, 3 of diamonds, 3 of pentacles, the builder. Expanding duality. The 2 of diamonds, juggling that duality. Multitasking. And then the Knight of Swords is a very fiery, passionate builder. Taking that fire and building with it. These equal 167. I'm going to get one card from the playing deck. What they add up to is just priceless. One card from the cards. So funny. What is this one? Jack of Diamonds. Card 37. Tied to underground aliens. Something about this. It's tied to Area 51. Area 51 sits at 37 degrees north latitude. There's something to this, folks. Anyway, I know that's not the message here. 204. That's the Christ energy, man. You have the Christ energy. You have, this is tied to Jesus Christ, because this is the spirit card for December 25th. Yahweh Elohim is 67. That's this card. Then you have card 66, and Bethlehem sits at 31 and 35 latitude, longitude. That equals 66. And then you have the Jack of Clubs, card 24, which is a fiery, self-driven, motivated knight, very determined, very optimistic. And then you take the 37 and the Jack of Diamonds, which is tied to Eye in the Sky, and you add that to the pile, and the total that you get, 204. And 204 is thallium 204. And if you watched my mushroom cross, I hope you did. 204. I'm gonna do this because I'm gonna show, because some of you are gonna want to see this, and I want to tell. I want. So I can't even talk because it's so funny. Psilocin. Psilocin is the active ingredient in mushrooms. And what is the molar mass of psilocin? 204. See it? That's the total amount of the 4 cards that we have laid out. Cards 67, 66, 34, 37. 204. 204 is, when we go to the periodic table, that's thallium. 204. If you watched my mushroom cross, you would have seen this because it's 205. 204 is isotope 205. And all I have to do is go back to the Greek and get Jesus Christos, the words. Why is it not pulling up? Should have pulled right up. Oh, there it is. All I have to do is get these work. Come on. Get these. Go to numerology. Go to the Greek. And there's Jesus Christos, 205. So what is Jesus Christos tied to? Thallium 205, which is isotope 204. Thallium comes from Thalos, which is the Greek goddess of twigs and life. And that's what the 4 cards add up to. These 4 cards add up. So beyond what you're going to get as an interpretation of what this means, it's 204. I would say the message here is look out for brand new opportunities. Build upon those brand new opportunities. What's the major message here? Build on those brand new opportunities. Look for those brand new opportunities that will set you free. This is the card of the United States of America, July 4th, the land of the free. What's going to set you free? The message I got for you folks with these numbers and tied to the Jesus Christos, because Christos means prison. What's going to set you free? What do you need to get rid of in your life by the fiery Knight of Wands? What do you need to set you free? What do you need to get rid of to set you free? So you can come up through the soil and become a fresh player, become a fresh being. Beyond what the 3 of Pentacles and the 2 of Pentacles and the Knight of Wands means. Beyond that. It's 204, man. And maybe another message for some of you is you should do some mushrooms. Take some psilocin. Maybe you need to take some. That's the message I have here for you. Expand your horizons. Because again, I don't just look at the interpretations of the cards. I look at the numbers and what they can lead to. And this leads to the mushroom. Because thallium is tied to the mushroom. And psilocin. And this is why the book that John Allegro wrote, The Mushroom and the Cross, where he got really hammered for talking about Christianity and Jesus, and it was a fertility cult. And this correlates with Dr. Hillman's work, his Chemical Muse. Because when you take the mushrooms, man, how many people here have taken mushrooms and their lives changed? Your life changed in a major way. That's your salvation. So for some of you, the message is go on a trip. Release yourself from the bondage. This can be bondage. There's a big message of mushrooms here. That includes myself. I got some in the freezer that I've had for over a year. So maybe that's a message. I'm going to think about that myself. So that's what I got for you, ladies and gentlemen. Most important thing to focus on for a lot of you is take some mushrooms. Because when you go into that space, man, people swear, like, I'm free, I'm saved. My salvation. That's why Jesus is tied to the mushroom. And why John Allegro's book, The Mushroom and the Cross, has a lot of merit to it. A lot. All right. So that's what I got for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate you all being here. I don't know what I want to play here to end this. I need to give my... See, I'm not satisfied with my playlist. See? Desire. I want more songs. Desire. Desire. Like, you play the same songs over and over, you get tired of them. I get tired of this music I have. That's God getting tired. Oh my God, I've listened to this freaking playlist over and over. I'm tired of these songs. Whereas one person's like, oh my God, this song's amazing. I've never heard it before. And they want to play it over and over and over again. Whereas the same person's like, I'm freaking so tired of that song. I'm so tired of eating that food. I'm so tired of driving that car. I'm so tired of my job. Want a new one? Desire, 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 desire. You get tired, you get bored. I think one of the greatest assets for the devil, which is your ego, is boredom. Boredom. You get bored. All right. I love this tune right here. This is a cover song of the Animals' classic song, House of the Rising Sun. Can't remember the name of the artist, but I'll leave it in the description of this video. Go give it a thumbs up. Here I am marketing for this person, but this person deserves it because it's pretty badass. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you being here. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve. Hope you got something out of this. Go check out the Spotlight course. I have the Pro Bono 24 offering complimentary consultations for people. Talk about anything you want to talk about for 24 minutes. That's another gift to the world that I have. I want to be here. I want to be more service. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap this one up. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you. Sending you tons of love from Mexico. Till next time, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you later.
My God, I know I was one. Well, my mama was a tailor, and she sewed my new blue jeans. And my daddy was a gambling man, way on down in New Orleans. Satisfied is when he's on a drunk. tell your children not to do what I've done. Don't go and spend your life in sin and misery in the house